Distinguished guests, it is our utmost pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of the Ministry of Finance Initiative, Skopje Economic and Finance Forum Annual Conference. This year's debate and discussion is under the title Europe Yes, Europe Now, European Integration and Economic Prosperity. Please take your seats to proceed to the opening of the conference. It is our pleasure to invite our host, the Minister of Finance, Fatmir Besimi, to give his welcome speech.
Premier,
Distinguished Prime Minister,
ambassadors, deputy prime ministers, ministers, public officials, representatives of various international institutions today here, representatives of academia, chambers of commerce, and civil society, distinguished guests. I am both privileged and delighted to welcome you to the third CEF annual conference. Skopje Economic and Finance Forum is an initiative for an inclusive policy dialogue that was born in the middle of the crisis. The pandemic brought enormous challenges to the world and humanity, but we were determined not to be defeated and fight that, to face any challenge in front of us. We initiated a platform for an open, inclusive, and transparent debates in times of uncertainty and complexities. We were navigating through pandemic, energy crisis, and heightened inflation, and all this in times of security challenges and new geopolitical developments in European continent and worldwide. Technological developments, artificial intelligence, and other changes in social platforms. Rapid changes required rapid policy response, often well ahead of official data that was published. Despite these limitations, CEF discussions inspired us on evidence-based policies and uncovered the difficult trade-offs in prioritizing the scarce public resources. CEF has managed bringing us together, the representatives of the governments in the region, political representatives of different spectrum in the country, international development partners, business sector, diplomats, academia, civil sector, and others. In one word, all stakeholders in one place at the same time, talking about challenges and perspectives and different ideas. In the past two conferences, we openly and productively discussed problems and policies to ensure economic recovery in our first conference in 2021 and sustain economic growth in our conference of 2022. In line with the famous remark, once is an incident, twice may be a coincidence, three times, and continuation can grow to a prominence. I'm very proud to conclude that CEF, by being together for third year together, is growing to a tradition, and we will try to keep it growing. It has become a well-known regional platform for public policy debate, with an annual conference being our central annual event. CEF discussions always aim to ensure inclusion of all stakeholders, which in turn promises sustainable solutions. Today, at the International Day of Democracy, we focus the topic on EU integration as our central theme, both for our country and the Western Balkans. The emphasis is on the urgency in putting the Western Balkan countries in a fast EU accession track. In the past decade, the support of EU enlargement in the Union and also the optimism for EU membership among citizens of Western Balkans has varied, despite numerous disappointments and hardships. The EU integration remains the main strategic goal for each of the Western Balkan countries. The idea of this year's CEF is to discuss and contribute to a broader debate about the EU perspectives as our destination and journey, and also for the prospects on how soon we will arrive to to our big family of European Union. We'll cover the topics on how we could contribute to accelerate European and regional economic and political integration, as well as enhance the business environment, markets, institutions, and promoting economic prosperity. We'll also discuss about geopolitics and policy making, as well as global trends and business opportunities along the EU accession path. At the dawn of a new European day for this region, will the new opportunities and realistic perspectives for higher quality of life for all our citizens, this and future generations. The motto of this year's annual CEF conference is Europe, yes, Europe now. Let me open the debate and trigger your thoughts by sharing my opinion on why yes to Europe and why Europe now. And I'm convinced that by the end of this day, we will reach important conclusions concerning these questions. And as we know, the saying that the whole is sometimes greater than the sum of its parts. The Union gives strength to its members to achieve a better outcomes. Open, multicultural, pacifistic, and development-oriented European Union was born from the necessity to build Europe and its economy. It has been guided not only by economic interests, but also by solidarity and a genuine drive for peace, safety, and human rights and development. When considering the first part of the topic, why yes to Europe, there is a strong macroeconomic evidence pointing to the positive impact of EU integration for all member states. According to the policy studies for the long-term trends, the impact of EU membership on the new member states and their economies has been estimated around 15 to 20% annual GDP growth per capita, more jobs and higher salaries. European integration means trade and financial openness coupled by greater capital account liberalization and for movements of capital, labor, technology, and know-how. There is also an assumed spillover effect of the foreign direct investment resulting from a horizontal and vertical business integration, thus entitling new investments, jobs, and transfer of technology and know-how. Last but not least, the EU provides structural and investment funds that play a significant role for regional equal development, development of infrastructure, and boosting economic growth and supporting reforms. The candidates and potential countries for the membership receive EU grants and funds to support growth and reforms through a pre-accession IPA funds. But once they become member of EU, they become eligible of funding for cohesion, agricultural, competitiveness, and other European funds. Based on experience from the past enlargement, EU budget policies could become a key source of development funding, helping speed up the convergence process through reforms and investments. In general, new member states receive much higher cohesion funds compared to pre-accession funds. Only cohesion funds compared to IPA funds are around 22 times more for the country's receivers. But in general, we have Commissioner here, the budget of European Union for the next 5 years is more than 11 times higher than what we have as the candidate countries from IPA funds. So it's not just getting from EU through the solidarity, it is what we can bring to European markets. We can bring our diversity, our entrepreneurship approach, and all the principles of European Union and the values. Considering the second part of this topic, why EU now? I would say that we emphasize this especially in times of long-lasting and multiple crises, especially in times of security challenges, economic challenges, and in these new geopolitical developments. More than ever, it is necessary to refer to a solidarity principle. And from the geostrategic perspective, there is a growth focus on the right momentum of the next EU enlargement. Recently, the President of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in the conference where we had also our Prime Minister there and other relevant leaders of the region and Europe, was promoted a new growth plan for faster acceleration of EU integration of the Western Balkan countries. Dear guests, at the end, I would like once again to point the idea of this conference that brought us all together here today, to have an inclusive and diversified and open and honest and professional debate about our future perspective, better economic perspective, and our EU integration strategic perspective. Together, the government officials, policy makers, representatives of international institutions, ambassadors, representatives of academia, representatives of the EU Commission today, and business sector and civil society. The diversity of our panelists in these topics today, I'm sure, will bring a high-quality discussion and conclusions. And we are also determined to seize the historical moment and take the maximum advantage thereof. We are united in our goal to creating a brighter future for our citizens and youth in our countries. We are also committed forward to bring prosperity in all these times of challenges. And each obstacle should not be a discouragement for us, but rather a motivation. As one of the founding fathers of the European Union, Robert Schuman, said, Europe will not be made at once or according to a single plan. It will be built through concrete achievements which first create a de facto solidarity. And I'm entirely convinced that we will have a lively and fruitful discussion today, and I sincerely thank all of you for participating today here and the attention to contribute to this forum and make it a new success for us, for the region, and our European future and economic prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention, and wait for our Prime Minister. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to announce the speech of the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia, Dimitar Kovacevski.
Without a tie to look like the guy on the picture. Почитуван министер за финансии, почитуван еврокомесар и голем пријател на Северна Македонија, господине Хан, почитувани екселенции, членови на дипломатскиот кор во Северна Македонија, почитувани министри, владини представници, представници на бизнисот, почитувани професори, почитуван академик Беџети, дами и господа. Искрено сакам да се заблагодарам на поканата и годинава да го отворам третиот поред меѓународен Скопски економски финансиски форум, организиран од Министерството за финансии. Ова е навистина ретка можност за транспарентна и корисна дискусија, размена на идеи и искуства меѓу креаторите на политиките и политичките представници, меѓународните партнери за развој, граѓанското општество, академската јавност, бизнис секторот. Целта е креирање на синергија, на идеи и иницијативи за одржливи решенија за забрзана европска и регионална економска и политичка интеграција како важен катализатор на економскиот напредок. Како никогаш досега Европа е свртена.
Europe is now connected with for a relatively short time, the countries in the region have the opportunities to intensify institutional and structural reforms and to strengthen competitiveness of global market, to use the benefits of digitalization, technological and green development as future members of EU. The membership in the Union depends on the enthusiasm in the Union for broadening and deepening European integration, but also in the efforts of the member candidates to fulfill the necessary high standards by respecting fundamental European values. This process is of mutual benefit for both sides. The countries in the region of Western Balkans are facing numerous challenges. The global trends these last few years that have changed the world have a huge influence on countries in the region. The European Union for countries in the Western Balkans provided a true opportunity for us to be integrated in the European Union. What's important is the plan for Western Balkans announced by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who spoke at the Bratislava Forum in May for the goal to speed up the process in EU integration. This enabled us to speed up the process for integration. In Thessaloniki in 2003 on the forum, we heard that the economic benefits will be far-reaching. The 4 pillars for the Western Balkans will enable us to feel the benefits of the main driver of economic success, the transformational power of European integration and the European single market. I speak now of the economic power with the participants of trade of about 16%. Only in 2021, the European Union has export of 2.18 trillion euros. If we take a look at the GDP in the world, we will notice that 60% of the worldwide GDP is done in USA and the European Union. Only 25% is, however, is in BRICS. However, the rest is in the other countries of the world, and the place of our country is in EU. With USA, with the other EU countries, we want to place the country where we have the best and the most developed ones. The EU has a single market of 500 million people, which enables us a great absorbent power and a possibility of good economy. We assess that the GDP of the EU for the synergetic effect is higher by 10% as opposed to if the EU members were not integrated amongst themselves. In real money, that's about every member of the EU has 150 euros additional yearly annual income throughout this year because they belong to a member of the EU. In our independent history for 30 years, we have had a high level of support from the citizens regarding the necessity to become a member of the EU. Throughout all these years, the financial support from the EU is assessed at 3.3 billion euros, amounts that our country got through grants and microfinancial support that enable liquidity of support and to get higher salaries, pensions, to decrease the unemployed aspect, to increase foreign investments, and to build a better infrastructure in the country. By viewing through objective indicators, North Macedonia in the past couple of years, with the open European policy of this government, maintains the stability, economic stability under various crises. Our orientation as a government has brought results. I'll just give you a couple of comparisons with the membership of Macedonia in NATO, which enabled a stable, secure ambience in the country, enabling opportunities for investors to recognize our country as an important entrance for the market for our country. The rate of the market, as opposed to 2016, when it was 24%, today was decreased to 14%. For only 1 year, we have had an increased employability of 9.5% in the country. The comparison for these years is huge in also the foreign direct investments. If in 2016 the foreign direct investments was 338 million euros, in 2022, after the pandemic, with the COVID-19 pandemic, in the midst of a global economic and energy crisis, it was about 854 million euros, which is almost double from what we saw in 2016. The investments in the technological and industrial zones in 2016 amounted cumulatively 600 million euros. However, in 2023, with what we've achieved up till now, it's 2 billion euros. If at that time it was 600 million euros, in 1 year today, the newly agreed investments are at a level at above 1 billion euros. To compare, in 2016, the minimum wage was 10,000 dinars in our country. Now, as of March this year, it's 21,000 dinars, which is almost a double what we previously had before this government started being in charge of this country. In 2016, the net salary was about 22,000 dinars. However, now the average salary is 37,000 dinars. That's 230 euros more in the family budget of the workers in the country. For the first time, we adopted a systemic solution for the growth, for the increase of pensions. It was increased by 40%, as opposed to what was in 2016. The average salary was 13,700 dinars. Now in 2023, it's above 19,000 dinars, and there will be an increase of 6% coming this month. Our pensioners have built in our country, and they deserve a decent life on an even higher level with the close membership of our country if the necessary decisions are adopted in the Assembly. In the past 5 years, North Macedonia was a good flow of economic, we enable opportunities for modern connectiveness of our country with the capital investments in the road infrastructure. We open new European routes. Numerous research that has been done years by show that the biggest dissatisfaction of citizens living in the region of Western Balkans is due to the economic conditions. The double digits of unemployability, a lowly qualified workforce, labor force. We need to get Europe to come here and to become recognized as a dignified member. Even the empirical studies show that the integration of the Western Balkan countries in the EU will mean that the European will have a region that will be the most speedily growing as opposed to other members of the EU. Even the candidates, the member candidates, if you take a look at the growth rates of the GDP at the moment for all members, as opposed to the members, we can see that our growth rates are higher now. That is because there is a labor force here which is diligent. There are investors who want to invest. There are projects in the infrastructure that are built for the first time that have not been built throughout these past 50 years. And now we have the question of what the economic effects would be like of being a member in the EU. In the first 5 years will mean greater salaries from 70 to 100%, the growth of the GDP of 80 to 90%. There will be an increase in job positions from 30 to 40% increase in small and medium enterprises in the economy. In 2008, North Macedonia and Croatia was at the same position of becoming members of the EU. 2 days ago, the Prime Minister of Croatia emphasized that Croatia, in 10 years of being a member of the EU, is 12 billion euros in plus. Croatia entered the EU in 2013 with an unemployability rate of about 18%. In 2022, their unemployability rate in Croatia was 6%. Here we see we have renowned economy professors and academicians that can make easy calculations in terms of how much North Macedonia has lost in these 17 years of waiting, both in regards to the GDP and in unemployability and the level of the salaries. Not making decisions means only isolation, means stagnation, means not doing anything. Not making decisions for this country led to fights with the neighbors, internal fights as well, economic stagnation, and historical financial engineering that we saw in 2 square meters, 2 kilometers square in the center of Skopje. So the membership in the EU brought benefits for Poland as well. In the EU, it entered in May 2004 with an unemployability rate of 20%. However, in 2022, in Poland, the unemployability rate was at a level of 2.6% only. With regards to foreign direct investments, they're on average increased by 28%, and in the first 5 years of the membership in the Union of the members who have joined. Romania has 7 billion euros foreign direct investments at an annual level. Malta, in this regard, has the most pronounced growth from 600 million per annum when it wasn't a member of the EU. 5 years after becoming a member of the EU, the level of foreign direct investments cumulatively grow to 21 billion euros. Previously, it was unimaginable to think of our citizens going to work in the countries that I mentioned, Malta, Romania, or Poland, or even Croatia, let alone Slovakia and the Czech Republic and Bulgaria. Why? Because the level of the salaries and the economic standard in North Macedonia, especially in the time where it was part of the community of Yugoslavia, is a couple of times higher than these countries which were part of the Soviet troop. What happened? They entered the EU, and now we have our own citizens who get bigger salaries in exactly these countries, something that was unimaginable previously. And we have politicians here who tell us stories about how this country still has to wait for another 10, 20 years. Why? Because there's no answer here. They never provided an answer in terms of why this country has to wait. We look at the benefits. We look at the fact that by making decisions, we didn't lose anything by becoming a member of NATO. We got bigger salaries, bigger pensions, a higher level of foreign direct investments. There was in order to increase the security of the country, and also we got friends. The friends for a small country mean the most. So if North Macedonia had a problem with the electroenergetic sector, in the term of my government, we have installed 400 megawatts of renewable sources of energy. For 50 years, we had projects, tenders were being drafted to make this Chevrene power plant. Yesterday, finally, we had a bidder who was chosen at a transparent procedure among 9 other bidders. It was the Greek PPC and their partner. These are renowned companies who built enormous facilities, and finally we can initiate making this agreement and this power plant to be built. One of the biggest power plants in the territory of Western Balkans. This was done thanks to some work, thanks to some openness, and thanks to the friendship that was built between the neighboring countries and us. And when you have friends there, others who are not our neighbors, you can see that this is a region that they can make trade in and they can collaborate with. I will repeat this once again. Now is the time to make decisions, because now it's the geostrategical moment in the interest of North Macedonia and in the interest of the European Union for becoming a member of the EU up until 2030. The membership in the EU has its benefits and has a significant influence on the economic growth and trade in the customs administration of the EU. To increase the competitiveness, membership means financial help to overcome the barriers, the differences between the member states. With these funds, we finance infrastructural projects, regional development, and different initiatives to stimulate economic growth. The common economic policy of the European Union and the European structural investment funds that are support for agriculture, rural development, research, investments, and other sectors, that's also significant. We need to be aware that our agriculture is also competitive with the agriculture of neighboring countries. The help that our agricultural people get from our budget. Bear in mind that we have getting subsidies both from the budget of the EU, makes them more competitive from us, for our neighboring country, and we need to enable them membership in the EU and equal access to the market, a single market. And that will confirm that Macedonian companies and Macedonian workers, Macedonian scientists are much more valuable than others who currently we think are better than us. That means essential reforms to establish base values for the rule of law, the respect of obeying human rights, because only by that the trust in people in the judiciary, the public prosecution, politicians will be higher. It will be a speedier, a more efficient public administration that will solve issues with the business sector, a better health system, and a higher quality education. What we do right now is aligning we align our laws with the EU. I'm gonna be very honest here. Maybe some things were, a lot of people are fighting in our country. Families have fought about what and how things should be. We had enough of judiciary and public prosecution to be led by the government, where detention was issued only due to political reasons. Following the example of Germany and Slovenia, that's how they should look like, for a country to be peaceful, in the sense that to know according to which ground someone can become convicted. We don't want 30, 40 people to be guilty for what's happening in the country. Anyone should take the blame, regardless of whether they're a businessman, regardless of what sector they work in. They should be accountable for what they did. It cannot, 1 or 2 person cannot be responsible, or 3, and the others should use their riches that they got in an unlawful way. And that's why we have this alignment happening throughout these past weeks in the country. And that's why we have this alignment. We've had enough of this country, of a politician coming out and saying, I'm going to grab them by their ear and put them in prison. No, we should have independent investigation. There should be an independent public prosecutor, independent judge who will create this through a normal procedure. And we don't want foreign representatives to tell us, here's what you should do. And even if it's not lawful, if that's not the case, why don't they do it in their countries? They have both politicians, both prime ministers who have been convicted for particular criminal offenses, and we see them running in their own parks. No one's forcing anyone to go to a detention. And in our country, for years, we use detention as a punishment. We have people who spent 10 years in detention. We have people who, for 15 years, have been waiting for the judgments to be issued. This is a system that we don't need. For 45 years, we saw this system in Yugoslavia. We need a modern system. We need efficient and speedy institutions that will issue judgments according to the laws and regulations in this country. The countries in the Western Balkans altogether should be focused on combating challenges that are on the road to prosperity. That's why our roadmap should be clear. How to deal with corruption in public procurement, in unlawful property acquisition, conflict of interest with illegal finances, illicit finances. We should strengthen the capacities of institutions working on the prevention and early detection of corruption in order to carry out successful investigations and prosecution of perpetrators. This is a high priority in the agenda at the EU accession process. North Macedonia showed that it does not swerve from the priorities, both in maintaining good neighborly relations. And our country not only shares the principles of the EU, but has also achieved a high level of alignment with the positions of the EU, which is a confirmation that we share the value policy of the EU. We have countries that are members of the EU there are countries that are now negotiating with the EU, and we, as a country that only last year started the negotiations, have a more aligned external policy with the EU as opposed to other countries. And this is something that the EU has to admit, recognize, and for North Macedonia, we belong to the democratic and free part of Europe, because as we, countries of the Western Balkans, have the interest to become members of the EU, the European Union also has an interest on the Balkans, not there to be regional conflicts, for there to be political stability, for there to be economically stable countries that will develop and upgrade on a business, administrative, and other plans. European Union doesn't need two borders. Now it has external and internal borders with the members of the Western Balkans. That's not beneficial for the Western Balkan countries nor for the EU. So imagine what the USA would look like if Iowa or Minnesota were not part of the USA, and you had to swerve around them with passports or go through them with passports, basically, to get from the west to east coast of the USA. That's what we're currently facing in Europe. If you start from Greece, you need a passport to enter North Macedonia, and then a passport for Serbia, and then you're gonna waste a whole day waiting in the borders until you get to Hungary. Or you're gonna take the other route, go through Bulgaria, Romania, etc. Is that the strategy of the European Union? If that's the strategy of the European Union, to have internal borders, that's fine. But I think they are aware of this fact, and that's why we have the statements that by 2023 we should enable membership in the EU, of course with the reform, internal reform of the EU, and the EU Commissioner Varhey, who says that the administration is ready to work on that, and that the countries, according to their merit and according to the speed of their integration, as the President of France says, should become members of the EU. And this is more of a generational struggle to unite Europe, and it will continue with the Western Balkan countries and the Eastern European Partnership, and that gives us a strong impetus for reform. That's why I want to tell you that all of us together, regardless of whether we are in power or we're in the opposition party, should strengthen our efforts and to fulfill the expectations of our citizens. It's up to us to carry out the reforms on the road to EU, and how fast we're gonna do the fulfill the conditions. And with regards to the internal political dialogue, there are different dynamics. But one thing is for sure: our goal is to have EU. And that's why I wanted this particularly eminent congregation here, for all the attendees here, everyone looking at us through the live stream today in North Macedonia, in the Assembly. There is no voting for constitutional amendments. In the Assembly, there is voting for the European integration of the country. Today, in the Assembly, we vote either for integration in the EU or for the isolation of our country that we've been looking at for 11 years. I've always believed in this, and I've always said that the place of this country is in the EU. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the guest of honor, EU Commissioner for Budget and Administration, Johannes Hahn, who will deliver the keynote address.
Dear Prime Minister, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to congratulate my friend Fatmir Besimi for organizing this event for the third time. As he rightly said, also in my country, if you do something twice, it's a repetition. If you do it for the third time, it establishes a tradition. And I think this is exactly the case, and I think it's good to have this kind of conference. Second, I'm very grateful that you have invited me, because it's a kind of coming home to a country, to a city which is very close to my heart. I have spent many, many days, hours, a lot of sleepless nights, but at the end of the day, it paid off. I think today North Macedonia is on a finally excellent way towards the European Union. I think you have chosen an excellent title for the conference. My people, like always, have preferred many pages of speakings, and like usually, I don't read it, because I'm tempted to react to what I have just heard from the finance minister, but may I say in particular also from the prime minister. And I fully share your goals, and it's also my goal, because I always said Europe will only be, the unification of Europe will only be completed once all the members, all the states of the, at the European continent are member of the European Union. And in particular, indeed, what the Prime Minister just said, the fact that the Western Balkan countries are surrounded already today by only European Union countries is something that has to be changed. You are part of the continent, and you should become a full member of the European family. And this is exactly what we try to achieve, may I say, as fast as possible. And for this, something has to be done. Changes are necessary. And I want to draw your attention also to some issues I would like to share with you. Because, of course, if there's an event organized by the finance ministry, it's always about figures. You invite the budget commissioner, and you could expect he's talking about a lot of figures. I don't need to talk about all these figures, because it has already been said by the Prime Minister and by the Finance Minister, and I can quasi endorse these figures. Of course, there is a huge impact on a possible future membership of North Macedonia on the economic side. Already today, the economies between Europe and the Western Balkans, North Macedonia, extremely interlinked. I mean, 75% are actually foreign direct investments from Europe. Export, import is almost at the same magnitude, so it's crystal clear what is the situation. And that's why it is important to conclude all these efforts. And we have made a lot of proposals in the past. I remember the Western Balkan strategy I initiated 2018, now also, and the Prime Minister was referring to it. Our President Ursula von der Leyen at the GlobeSec seminar in May in Bratislava also presented additional ideas and further developed ideas. And may I say, during my term in office as a Commissioner for Enlargement, I very often felt a little bit lonesome without my own constituency, because I didn't have the feeling there was much support for enlargement. Today, thanks God, the situation, or may I say, thanks Vladimir Putin, the situation, and it's not God, it's the devil, the situation has changed. Why? Because the geopolitical situation in the world has changed. We are now clearly in a competition between two different kinds of societal concepts. The one is, may I say, turbo-capitalism and dictatorship. The other one is social economy, is democracy. Unfortunately, democracy is not so far globally seen a majority concept. Only 25% of around 200 states in the world have a democratic structure. Our system is under pressure. But may I say, we are deeply convinced and it was also said, Europe is not only about economy, not only about figures. Europe is about values. Indeed, Europe started as a European economic community, but rightly so, it turned into the European Union. It's a political project. It's a project based on common values, on common goals, on a common understanding how to see the human being as an individual, enabling to pursue his or her interests, following, so to say, their possibilities, having freedom to move, but freedom to say whatever you would like to say, having the opportunity really to vote, to choose, and not to have prefabricated voting lists, which you can only quasi endorse. And this is something I think it's important to understand. The European Union, and I'm saying this as a budget commissioner, is not a cash machine, it's not an ATM machine. It's more. It's about, again, common values. And indeed, we are also not perfect on this. And maybe this is also the reason why in the past there was some hesitation. Because we also have to do our homework back home, and we are not yet where we would like to be. But it's important to understand joining the Union is also joining common values, common interests, common perspectives, a common understanding how we see individuals in a society. And this is so decisive. That's why rule of law is not an obsession of us. It's a precondition that the way we are living, the European way of life, can indeed be followed, can be implemented, can be respected. That's why it is so important also for us, maybe also with our internal experiences, that rule of law aspects are followed, respected, and implemented. And I know the discussions you are having just now. Prime Minister was referring to it. The judiciary system is nowhere perfect. There's always a necessity to further improve the situation, also the different legislative codes. But I think what is important, what is also part of our understanding, is that all this is done on the basis of extensive discussions where everybody has the opportunity to participate. There is no reason to rush through such decisions, to apply fast-track procedures. I think it's important to include in such decisive discussions and finally decisions all parts of the society. Democracy is not something easy. It's sometimes very cumbersome. And of course, it would be nice to have faster procedures, faster decisions. But at the end of the day, I think it's extremely important to have everybody on board. And if I see and if I hear and if I'm told that more than 75% of the people here in North Macedonia are in favor of Europe, I think this is a strong backing for all of you having political responsibility, not only to respect, but also to use this strong support as a real tailwind for certain measures which are in alignment with our European goals, with our European intentions. I wanted to reassure you, not only from a very personal perspective, that within the European Union we have now, again, a new dynamic, I have to say triggered by this aggressive war of Russia in Ukraine, that we have to stand together as a family, and you are belonging to our family. And it's about strengthening Europe's role in the world. We have to be clear that without a strong Europe, the situation in the world would be a different one. And you are already, but even more, a future asset. You are an important vessel within the European structure, within the European family. That's why we will do everything to speed up the process, but it takes always two for a tango to arrive where we want to be. And I can only confirm that the whole process remains a merit-based one. It's not that we are waiting till the weakest or the most far behind lacking candidate is catching up. No, if you are fast enough, you should get the merits, and you will get the merits. And I will stay as your advocate, defender, promoter, whatever, as I told you, I will do also in the future. But again, I wish you all the best. I think it's important that the main political forces working together on this final goal of North Macedonia, this is something where you have to put aside party political interests. This can be done on many other issues. But this is a national, this is the core issue where you have to reassemble all your efforts, all your powers, all your forces in order to achieve your goals. If this is the case, it can be achieved in due time. Our president, in her speech about the State of the Union 2 days ago, was very clear. We have our homeworks. We have some discussions in the past to which extent we need to modify, to update our procedures in order indeed to be more active on a global scale and not only reactive. But she was also clear, we don't need necessarily to change our treaty. We have already today all the provisions in place where we could, not easy, but if we want, easily change our procedure. So it's, I have to say, also on us, and new members would not hamper our performance, but the opposite, it will give us another push, another opportunity, another strength. And finally, we all would benefit from it. We would benefit in economic terms, but also in societal terms, in political terms. And finally, what should be our joint understanding? We have to serve our people. They deserve it. They need it. They have a right. And I think at the end of the day, we will be successful, maybe sooner than many people believe. Let's seize the momentum and work together, and then I'm confident that at the end of the day, North Macedonia will become maybe the 28th member of the European Union. I know you are doing well, the screening process in a good way, but again, I would like to pass really the message to all the political forces in the country. Work together. It's a teamwork. It's like acting as a national football team and not as a national, sort of say, individual championship. It's about a common goal, and for this, joint cooperation is necessary. Otherwise, you won't be successful. So thanks again for the invitation. I wish you all the best, and yeah, see you soon again. Ciao, bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your places. The first panel discussion of the day. European and Regional Integration is chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister for European Affairs, Bojan Maricic.
Овие. Що се наслика?
Добър ден на сите.
Hello, everybody.
Chairing this very important panel. Before we start in the essence of discussion, thanks to Mr. Bassimi, but also I would like to invite everybody to come on the stage. Deputy Prime Minister Slavica Grkovska, in charge of good governance policies. Minister of Finance is already here. Bojan Stoyanovski, the chair of the Finance and Budget Parliamentary Committee. Jia Jingyi, regional country director of the World Bank. Mr. Eric Mayer, chargé d'affaires in the US Embassy in North Macedonia. Ben Nopnau, deputy head of delegation of the EU to the Republic of North Macedonia, and that's it. I suppose we are all here. Europe Yes, Europe Now. It's the title of the conference, and I think it cannot be more timely and more in place. I'll try to give a brief introduction so my colleagues can then make most of the points. This year, Mr. Bassimi, this is, as you mentioned, a tradition that not only is serving to keep the tradition, but to grow from one year to another. And I think this event has grown into an excellent forum for discussion on very important topics. The focus on the European integration and economic prosperity is something that is inevitably linked throughout the process of negotiations and accession to the EU, but also afterwards. The politics, law, and economy have always been the three main ingredients of the European Union, based on values, but also based on how to manage the economy better and how to grow and develop the member states. We have the chance to see, I'll focus on the three main issues: the outcomes and the benefits of the screening process as an introduction in the chapter negotiations. Number two, the growth plan that was mentioned several times in the introductory speeches, and the regional cooperation as an inevitable key element of our European integration. The President of the European Commission has mentioned three major things in her speech in State of Union 2 days ago: vision, leadership, and hard work. So vision, leadership, and hard work are the core of our accession process. The screening process is coming close to the end. It should finish until the end of this year, end of November, beginning of December. And it has given us such a good picture, such a good image of where we stand and what we should do. The first cluster, fundamentals, has for the first time embedded economic criteria. The economic criteria are treated as core part of the fundamentals of the European Union. They cannot work without the political criteria, without the aspects of the rule of law, the aspects of functioning of the institutions, effective public procurement, but it has given us view of where we stand. Public procurement rules, public procurement procedures, statistics, fiscal control, financial control are our strong sides according to the screening. Doesn't mean that we are ideal, doesn't mean that we don't have shortcomings and a lot more to do, but it is a good start, better than even for those countries that negotiate for a long time. But also the dynamic of the screening process and new negotiations have given us a space and opportunity for the first time, according to the new methodology, to declare areas of accelerated accession. This means that the European Union gives us for the first time an opportunity to join some of the economic policies, particularly policies from the internal market, even before we become member state of the European Union. That is not given, that is not taken for granted, but it is a process which should result with the growth plan that should be presented in October, 16th of October in Tirana during the summit of the EU and Western Balkans and Berlin Process Summit. The active role of the European Commission means that they have grasped and we have grasped the most of the accession process and the most of the new methodology. Accelerated accession is giving us a chance to get the benefits of the, some benefits of the membership even before the membership. This is happening for the first time, and this is the benefit of the new methodology that we need to make the most of. We have drafted some thoughts on this, and we have already shared this with the European Commission. I can tell you that in the areas of agriculture, in the areas of IT sector and digital industry, and in a few other areas, we are ready to ask for joining the common market as a part of the accelerated accession, and we will be discussing this with the European Commission these days. Next week there is a conference in Vilnius that will define more in details the sketches of the growth plan. But our position is that North Macedonia has a lot to offer and that we can do a lot in this process. So this growth plan is not only nice words, it's not only good intentions. It means that the accession process is not anymore a zero-sum game. It's not that you're either a member state or not. If you're a member state, you're getting all the benefits. If you're not, you're getting nothing. This gives opportunities to us to develop better and sooner, and to diminish the discrepancies between now, our current references and our current numbers in development and economy with the member states of the EU. The gap will be diminished, and once we get into the EU, we'll be more prepared and better. Finally, I'll finish by mentioning the regional cooperation. I think that it is either overestimated or underestimated in the process. Overestimation comes when we take it as a substitute of the membership in the EU, which is not. So when we say, forget about EU, let's work on Berlin process only, or Open Balkan only, or what all the other formats, I think it's a mistake. It's also a mistake if we say that it doesn't matter what we do at the regional stage, then we don't care about the regional cooperation, that we only wait for the membership in the EU. I think that regional cooperation is a must, so we can demonstrate that we are able to cooperate with 6 of our neighbors, or 5 of our neighbors, 6 in total, in a European level, as a foreplay, as an introduction to prove that we can actually play on the European market and European stage tomorrow when we become member state of the European Union. And finally, it cannot be substituted for the EU, but it is a phase which all of our countries will benefit from, and all of our countries are benefiting from. And by removing the barriers in economy, by removing barriers in mobility, and by enabling our people opportunities to live and develop businesses in our region and not necessarily leaving the region in order to live better. I think it's enough for introduction. Thank you so much. And I think that discussions like this can always bring new values in the paradigm, and using all the instruments North Macedonia can achieve the membership of the European Union by 2030. Thank you. According to the list of speakers, I would pass the floor to Madam Slavica Grkovska, Deputy Prime Minister for Good Governance Policies.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear participants on today's event, it is an honor to be here today as we discuss topics of great significance for our country's future. At the beginning, I would like to say that as we embark on the journey of integration into the European Union, it becomes even more crucial to emphasize the importance of good governance in achieving this goal. I would like to shed light on some key elements in this regard, including the main challenges we face in strengthening the fundamentals of good governance. First and foremost, let us acknowledge that good governance is the essence of any successful country, particularly in the context of EU integration. It encompasses principles of transparency, accountability, efficiency, and inclusiveness, but also integrity as a basic value. By holding to these principles, we ensure that our actions and decisions are carried out in a manner that is fair, just, and beneficial for all citizens. And by practicing these principles and values, we can say that we can achieve Europe now, here, at this very moment, without waiting for implementing all the reforms. Because it strengthens the bonds between the government and its people, fostering trust, stability, and democratic value. And it affects the overall trust in the society, something that becomes a very problematic issue even in the more developed countries. One of the key challenges lies in the consolidation of our democratic institutions at every level. Some of these challenges are resolved, but many of them stay ahead of us. When we discuss these issues, we must not forget the backlash we had until 2016, when we were being considered as a captured state, stuck in isolation. But in the past years, it is a fact that we have a free and a fair election. It is a fact that the media freedom are very much advanced. It is a fact that institutions are more open and transparent, and we strive to improve it day by day. But what we need to do is a strong and decisive improvement in the rule of law. We need to strengthen our judiciary system and overcome numerous problems that we have been noted in all relevant reports and assessments. And we also need to succeed in achieving the goal for a reliable public administration, which will effectively and efficiently fulfill its role as a service for the citizens and companies. Because these are the pillars upon which good governance is built. By doing so, we create a solid foundation, not just for progress in the economy, but also for prosperity at all social levels. And that paves the way for successful integration into EU as a main strategic goal for our generation and for those who will come after us. Harmonizing our legislation and enforcing its implementation is essential for creating an environment that is conducive to economic growth, investment, and protection of human rights. Improving the business climate, enhancing the rule of law, and fighting against organized crime and corruption are crucial elements for a successful integration. Yet, it is important to recognize that these goals cannot be achieved by one branch of government, not by one institution or one political leader. These are the most important goals for all of us, and we must use the potential of the whole society. Collaboration between various stakeholders, including the government, civil society, the private sector, but also the opposition, is paramount. By working together, we can leverage our collective strengths, expertise, and resources to address the challenges at hand. This collaboration can result in greater efficiency, better policy making, and enhanced resilience against obstacles, which we must admit are many and of different nature. But with commitment and focused energy, we can manage to overcome even those problems which look like impossible mission. Because nothing comes from apathy, nothing can be built with cynicism. In this regard, we need to keep in mind that it is essential to adopt a holistic approach that takes into account the interdependence of various reforms. Our institutional and structural reforms must be interconnected, reinforcing and supporting one another. My role in the government is to coordinate important processes such as digital transformation of society and coordination of institutions involved in anti-corruption policies. Therefore, I'm deeply aware that our aims can be achieved through careful planning, coordination, and the involvement of all relevant factors. By doing so, we ensure that our efforts are both effective and sustainable, creating a solid framework for good governance that would withstand the test of time. It brings good to our people, it brings good to our institutions and businesses. As we move forward, it is also crucial that we continue to support and strengthen the European project and to continuously remind our citizens of the transformative power of EU integration, because it remains a force for positive change. It has brought together many different nations, fostered economic growth, and promoted democratic values. The transformative power of EU integration can and should continue to shape our lives and the world we live in. Having all this in mind, yes or no to Europe should not be a question at all, but how soon is now is the real question, and I would say it should be addressed both to the European Union leaders, but especially to the populists on our political scene, who their own narrow interests do not hesitate to damage the integration process and therefore the overall progress of our citizens.
Thank you, Madam Grkovska, Deputy Prime Minister in charge of good governance policies. Now I would pass the floor on to Mr. Bojan Stoyanovski, Chair on the Finance and Budgetary Parliamentary Committee. From the opposition, it's a good value that you are attending this conference, and I have particular pleasure to pass you on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Maricic. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak at such an event. Dear Excellencies, dear participants, I think it's very important for events such as these to be leveraged because they're only done on an annual basis. We don't want them to be floskles of something that's going to be repeated next year. We want to make an analysis of the progress that can happen in this year. Unfortunately, my speech will be a little bit more different from others because I think that we need to look at things in a more real way. I think that this is accepted by those who are a majority in this country, like the citizens or the economic chambers. And let's get closer to the European economic systems in such a time. We're the first in the corruption, and we are a country that has a lot of issues. Let's admit that. If we start from the public debt, which in the 6 years was increased by 50%, we have a high inflation, which is way above the Eurozones in the countries in the region. If we take a look at the capital investment realization, that in the 9th month was not over 50%. So in the project proposal that came to the Assembly that we have to discuss, 300 million less we have from the capital investments. That's how much we should take out a loan for. That shows bad management of the situation that I think that is then added to the bad management of the crisis. And I'll confirm this with arguments, because the whole essence of what I'm saying is kind of interconnected with the essence. This bad management of the crisis contributes to us in this country having grey economy. And all these parameters that I just outlined can be managed if institutions decide in a more high quality way to manage them. And anything that's basically the essence of the event, to increase the level is with each year. Instead of creating ways of practicing a system that will counter a grey economy, we currently have the current tax reform, and this tax reform punishes the ones that are disciplined at the expense of those who do not pay their taxes. And in this country you have great areas, basically whole towns, be it regions in the capital of the city, where you have tax evasion, where people do not pay their taxes. And when we talk about institutional integration, I mean from the aspect of the EU integration, 3 aspects are key. First, the fast flow of passengers and goods. That's the customs administration that's in charge. Then countering the grey economy, which we have to admit that in this country is huge, and is around 600 million annual income is lost due to this grey economy as a country. And that's the Public Revenue Office, which is shown. And just to mention a statement by the Nobel Prize Krugman at an event in Skopje, that he mentioned that the infrastructure in Skopje has to be improved for this flow to be more high quality, for which the Ministry of Transport and Communications is in charge, and when you collect all of this as a summary, you get to a conclusion that this is a huge problem that can be addressed only if we address it by the ones that are in charge of managing these institutions. And one of the biggest problems that the economy has, and all economic subjects, the insufficient quality management of the administration itself. If you ask me personally, I think that we can try to do this in these 3 steps. The first, if all legal solutions in this country where the assembly is important, is done through consensus and dialogue. That doesn't mean that we should impose economic subjects to respect things, but we should adopt legal solutions in dialogue with them, with the consumer association. They will be interested to collaborate. They don't want to pay, but the country will want them to pay. But we see that there's good cohesion if we merge these 2 things and we achieve consensus, a trade. The second thing that I think is key, that's the focus on domestic reforms. We say that we need to start chapters that adhere to the Copenhagen principles, but no one is stopping us to give a stimulus for the reforms here. The problems that we have, be it in economy, finance, health, was not caused by an external force. It was done by ourselves. And we can fulfill this task in a domestic way to do these reforms, to raise the level so that we can reach the European standard, be it the competitiveness of our companies, be it the readiness of our system, be it the fulfillment of various standards that will be necessary for us to be an equal member of the EU. Because it's not only an essence of being part of that family, it's also to be high quality, so that you become an internal part as a company and not like an export. The third thing that is essentially important that should be done, there's a reform in the management of the administration. There should be a speedy administration based on digital shortening of unnecessary procedures that the economy citizens are facing right now. Because you can see by talking to the chambers, if you adopt reforms in dialogue, there's a problem with particular procedures which are too long, too lengthy, and unnecessary. And that's why I think that next time when we get together here again, regardless of the roles, we can discuss what has changed in the next 12 months and how all these good governance and integration of the system towards the standards of the EU we have done, at least in some steps and in some areas. Thank you very much.
Now we go further on with the representative of the World Bank, the regional country director, Zhao Qingyu.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here to participate in today's discussion of European and regional integration. This subject is particularly relevant in today's world after we have seen continued trade disruption that has profoundly impacted the global welfare, threatening to erode the very hard-won development gains over the last few decades. So economic integration, which can be reflected in much better access to export market and also to investment opportunities, is going to be essential for small open economies like the Western Balkans to grow and to have sustained growth. As Europe slows due to prolonged high inflation, tighter financial conditions, as well as weaker investment sentiment, policymakers are looking for reforms that could stimulate growth at the same time without relying too much on the almost exhausted fiscal space. During the past continuous crisis, fiscal pressure has been so high for most of the Western Balkan countries, so the countries are facing extreme pressure on physical balances. So looking for such structural reforms that could generate growth and jobs without putting such pressure is actually key in the coming period. Closer economic integration in the region is one such structural reform that could have positive impact on growth and job prospect. So for Western Balkans, on the one hand, small open economies, and relatively fragmented, these very hard for countries to achieve the economy of scale. At the same time, the proximity to the European Union and to the European market, coupled with potential for reshoring of trade and investment, gives these regions a special and unique advantage. EU has been the largest trading partner and the source of foreign direct investment for Western Balkan countries. It accounts for almost 70% of foreign trade and FDI. It also offers a market of more than 400 million relatively high-income consumers. So trade in Western Balkans has grown in the last few decades steadily. However, it falls short of its potential to benefit from the EU single market. So the World Bank research has done the recent research to try to quantify some of the potential benefit for further economic integration. And so I'd like to share some of the preliminary results from this research. The study shows that coordinated policy and investment for regional integration can generate significant economy-wide gain. And so some of the examples very telling in this, from this research. First, a simple reduction of the waiting time at the border by 3 hours could lead to a gain which is equivalent to lowering tariff by 2% across the board in Western Balkan countries. That, by the way, that 3-hour reduction is the expected result from a deployment of national single window for trade. So that's the first conclusion, which I found very telling and interesting. Second is that implementation of further trade facilitation reform could generate as much as 3% of per capita GDP in the coming decades for some of the Balkan countries. Third, accession to European Union would amplify welfare gain by additional 6% in the Balkans. At the same time, neighboring countries such as Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary would also benefit from the increased trade with the Western Balkan countries. Finally, continued investment in transport infrastructure has the potential for an additional further boost of real income by 7% in the case of EU accession. So these research findings and this analytical result hopefully will inform the policy discussion and debate in terms of promoting further economic integration. The bank has been supporting trade and transport facilitation within the Western Balkan countries so far and introducing the national single window for trade, investing in transport facilities, as well as to support regulatory reforms. North Macedonia was one of the first countries that joined the Trade and Transport Facilitation Program a few years ago. It has shown some results and positive results and achievement. However, much more could be done in this region and to generate higher returns. At the request of the Albanian Authority, which will host the next Balkan Summit under the Berlin process, we have been discussing with all Western Balkan countries about the opportunity to take the trade and transport reforms to the next level, going beyond integration within and among the Western Balkan countries, but between the Western Balkan countries and the neighboring EU countries. So this is hopefully we will build on the past engagement in this area and would focus on the EU side and the integration with the European Union. A lot still needs to be discussed with the countries about exactly what to do to actually implement the next phase of reform. A few potential elements that we are currently thinking about, I'd like to just share some of the ideas. So what we are now called the TTFP 2.0, which is the next generation of trade and transport facilitation. First is the second generation trade facilitation, which is meant to be aligned with EU trade procedures. These could include operationalization of the single window, the interoperability between the European Union and Western Balkan countries about ultimate trade process, cross-border paperless import and export measures, a series of interventions that could support this. The second element of such reform could include investment in the national quality system that would make sure that goods that export to the European market meets the EU standard and technical requirement. The third aspect could include improvement of transport of logistics and performance, such as indicating an intelligent monitoring system along the key corridors and as well as the port, some of the ports. And fourth is about investing in medium and small scale investment that close the connectivity gaps. And finally, it would be great to support countries' further reform by providing technical and analytical support that can support SOE reform in the transport sector, better management and maintenance of the transport system, deepen trade agreement, as well as measures to mobilize private capital. So we hope and we think this TTFP tool should be a component of a much broader reform that the countries will adopt together with a wide range of development partners, EBRD, EIB, as well as regional bodies such as Transport Community, CEFTA, as well as RCC. So I think there will be a lot of opportunity to discuss this range of reforms in the coming weeks and months. Very much look forward to this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is coming from the U.S. Embassy in Skopje, Chargé d'Affaires, Mr. Eric Mayer. Eric, I pass the floor to you.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be back at the Skopje Economic Finance Forum this year. Encouraging North Macedonia's progress towards European integration is one of our top strategic priorities for our country. It's not just the best path forward. It's, in reality, the only path forward. It offers a future with security and economic opportunities that this country needs and deserves. With Russia's unjust war continuing in Ukraine, the importance of EU integration for North Macedonia's security cannot be overstated. The war in Ukraine has triggered supply shocks, destabilized markets and prices, hindered economic recovery, and it has made it more difficult for the government to deliver on its policies. While North Macedonia survived last winter's energy crisis, it continues to battle high inflation and the debilitating effects on the country's most vulnerable communities. From a strictly commercial perspective, EU integration will provide domestic businesses with access to more than 450 million people, with a combined GDP of $16 billion. The EU is already North Macedonia's largest trading partner, accounting for 65% of its total trade. Integration would likely boost these numbers, benefiting domestic businesses and consumers alike. Integration will lead to the modernization of manufacturing to meet EU environmental standards and generate new markets for environmental goods and services. And it's important to remember that the benefits to integration are not one-sided. The EU also stands to gain a lot from North Macedonia joining the European Union. North Macedonia is part of Europe, and the EU directly benefits from adding more stable and prosperous countries to its community. Further integration will add to the EU's richness and diversity, a hallmark of the European Union and one of its key strengths. Despite these clear economic and security benefits, the constitutional amendments necessary for moving forward with EU accession have been met with fierce opposition from different groups. Opponents have expressed concerns that even if they amend the Constitution, other requests will follow. While I understand these concerns, they are really complaints about the process rather than arguments against EU integration, and they should not derail the process. Ultimately, North Macedonia needs to decide if it wants to be a part of the EU While the EU accession process has been long and difficult, recent polls indicate most citizens continue to support EU accession, even if they have concerns about the the amendment process. I encourage the country to choose the right path to seize this historic opportunity and to pass the constitutional amendments. Another important U.S. strategic priority in North Macedonia is the fight against corruption. Corruption has a corrosive effect on the economy and society. It wastes scarce resources, exacerbates inequality, drives youth emigration, and reduces trust in the government. North Macedonia's leaders must show strong, tangible anti-corruption results. It should strengthen institutional independence and curb political interference, especially in the judiciary, which is essential to meeting EU accession goals and building citizen trust in government. The path we choose is important, but so is how we get there. It is important to not only get to the right answer, but also to do it in the right way. In closing, let me say that when we discuss European integration, we often frame it in terms of geopolitical strategy, economic growth, or regional stability. But for me, the issue is more personal. Before I joined the U.S. State Department, I worked for a major U.S. airline, which allowed me to travel frequently, and I took advantage very often of the travel perks, traveling to remote parts of the United States and different corners of the world. I developed an appreciation for the importance of connecting people. Ultimately, when I think of EU integration, I don't think in terms of grand strategy or GDP statistics, but of meeting people and the connections that we can and should make. EU integration will allow North Macedonia to strengthen those relationships critical to the country's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. The next speaker comes from the EU delegation in Skopje, Deputy Head of Delegation Ben Nuhnau.
Thank you very much. Dobro utre. Thank you for having me here. I would like to concentrate my observations on two of the topics that were put forward to the panel, mainly how trade and regional integration with the Western Balkan region and the EU can be accelerated, and secondly, how this relates with the fundamentals and aspects of good governance issues. And let me maybe start to speak to the fundamental theme of the conference, which is Europe, yes, and Europe now, highlighting first of all the opportunities that an EU accession will bring to North Macedonia. The EU is the most prosperous and most deeply integrated regional bloc worldwide. It is a single market with the four freedoms for factors of production, goods, services, capital, and persons. And this has helped EU member states to achieve unprecedented gains in market access, in specialization, economic development, and ultimately prosperity for its citizens. And for a small country like the Republic of North Macedonia, domestic market size is always a limiting factor for the growth of private sector and for attracting an investment. And the integration with the Western Balkan region would increase the market access, the market, available market by the factor 7. But with the EU, actually by the factor of 1,300. So this is actually enormous potential and opportunities for private sector. I'm echoing some of the remarks made previously also by the Deputy Prime Minister that the common regional market can be seen as a stepping stone for the eventual integration with the EU. especially if it is done on the basis of EU norms and standards. And so we see this as a very promising way forward. Obviously, the country has already liberalized trade flows with the EU under the Stabilization Association Agreement, and already today, integration with EU value chains is a reality, but much more can be done. And the industry of North Macedonia can move up in value chains and producing more sophisticated parts and capture bigger parts of this value chains, which immediately translates into more income and more jobs in the country. Trade integration today is not only about the absence of tariffs and quotas. It's especially when you talk about a single market, we are talking about harmonizing norms and standards and enabling companies to produce the same products for a larger market. We also talk about cutting red tape, about using the same systems and the same procedures. And there we come immediately to the second question of governance issues. Another issue that I would like to raise about integrating is services. We have seen, if you compare North Macedonia with other, let's say, member states like Estonia, that the integration on the goods side is already at the same level, but if you look at the services trade, there is something to be done in this area. So now, how to accelerate Europe now? How to deepen integration and bring North Macedonia closer to the region and to the EU? And as the Commissioner has already said in his keynote speech, the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, presented a Western Balkan Growth Plan at the GLOBSEC 2023 forum in Bratislava, which basically presents 4 pillars. One is to bring the Western Balkans closer to the EU single market already now. Secondly, deepening regional integration with the Western Balkan regions. Third, to accelerate fundamental reforms as a sort of to accompany this process, and fourth, to increase pre-accession funding. The Commission President has proposed fast-tracking some of the benefits of the single market, like, for example, participation in the ENG digital single market, e-commerce regulation, and other things. The Western Balkan countries could be associated more closely to the shaping of policies and regulations of the single market already ahead of eventual membership. And again, the EU President has offered to increase our efforts to accompany the reforms in the countries by that are meant to build capacity and institution building in the Western Balkan countries. So there is now internal consultations ongoing in the EU institutions about how this can concretely be done. And obviously, this will also require that the countries that will benefit from EU single market access ahead of time, they will also have to comply with the obligations. Now, we have to think about how to accelerate effective integration, because we make sure that private sector operators actually use the opportunities. And so there we talk about the reform of regulations, we talk about strengthening good governance, building institutions, and the capacity of public administrations. And I should start by recognizing that obviously the country has already done a great deal of things, and the business environment in place is already very investor friendly, and the results are evident with a high inflow of FDI that North Macedonia attracts, which is by international standards very high. And also, if you look at the tendency of exports to the EU, I mean, it has doubled in about 10 years, the overall figure of exports to the EU. Now, turning to the elements which in our view would require significant additional efforts to ensure that the country becomes still more attractive for investors and makes a headway on its way to eventual EU accession. What we would qualify as fundamental reforms, we are looking at 4 main areas. One is the predictability of the business environment. There needs to be transparency on changes in the business environment. There need to be transition periods so that business can actually prepare for these changes. The second, and that has already been raised as well, is the absence or the control of corruption. We need to make sure that there is a fair playing ground for all operators. Then the third one is the effective, fast and fair and independent justice system, which operators need to seek redress when they feel unfairly treated. And finally, we need to strengthen public institutions to manage this system, the regulations, the reform process, but also to provide public services to the citizens. And I'm thinking there also about this question of mismatch of skills and the education system reforms that the country is undertaken also with the help of EU funding. I believe these are all essential issues to address on the way of North Macedonia towards a regional and EU integration and later on accession. But it's also, they are also important for your way towards economic prosperity per se. And we believe it requires a strong national consensus and political will, consensus for this overarching vision and political will to progress, to make progress for the country on this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. As a final speaker of this panel, last but definitely not least, the host of the conference, Mr. Fatmir Besimi, Minister of Finance of North Macedonia.
Thank you, Bojan. As we are running out of time for this panel, I'll try to be brief. And already we can smell the coffee outside. Coffee break is already in. Bojan, Commissioner Hahn referred to something, he reminded me of something when he was in Skopje during his capacity as EU Commissioner for Enlargement. Many challenges at that time, and yet we are here talking about this. And therefore, he was one of our honorable guests to open this, not only in a capacity as a budget and finance, but also his legacy on EU enlargement and also for our country moving forward. So I'm very grateful to that. But the other point that I want to make here, that Bojan is facing all these challenges. Bojan here next to me, and we have Bojan again next there, which I'm very grateful. But I will disclose one secret of Bojan, not here, the next Bojan. That's why it's important, this conference, that we grow, when I said not incident, not a coincidence, but it's becoming to a prominence, something that we talk about preparation for EU, joining the EU. We need a lot of efforts before joining, and it continues. It's not a destination, it's a journey. And Bojan has a lot of preparations today, not only for this panel, but I understood he has a great event tomorrow on his personal decision, life decision. He's getting married tomorrow. And he came. I'm very grateful that he made it, because what I said at the beginning, this conference brings together all political spectrum and giving perspectives which today we confirm that it's not a matter whether we want EU or when, because we put this in the slogan. Yes, we want EU, and time is now. The challenge and what we expect from this conference and also from this debate is how to make it more effective, as it was mentioned here from Ben. But also, I noted here what Eric said. It's the only path forward. And please, wherever we use, EU is not our destination. It's our common journey, because we will join and together we'll continue the journey with other member states of the EU. And when I say this, it's linked very much to what is going on right now. We are very much interlinked with European economy and European politics and all the rest in geopolitical development what is going. We saw during the COVID pandemics, we saw during the financial crisis earlier, we saw now during the energy crisis, inflation, it all is reflected to our economy, and we face the same challenges. And being part of this bigger union with all these common values that we share anyway in our region and in our country, we can bring more to Europe about the values, sharing the same values, but it's not a secret that we also are looking forward for our economic interests and prosperity. And it's very legitimate to strive and being more ambitious. So we have some figures Prime Minister referred to about regional cooperation and economic integration for the country and the region. So we will benefit both increasing trade with Europe, integrating to the European market, but what is also important that the topic of this panel is European and regional integration. Will increase regional integration. Currently, trade of the region with EU is 65%, but trade among countries in the region is less than 15%. Once we are part of EU, we can go for more investments, a common market, and all these freedom of movements that we discussed too. So, sorry, Bojan, for revealing this secret. I think it was not something wrong to say. You probably wanted to surprise tomorrow about this, but the intelligence worked out, so the information leaked. And also, Bojan, I want to thank Bojan because he is in charge now of the portfolio European affairs and helped a lot for design of the topic of this conference that we ran 2 months ago, a conference on academic debate together about a similar topic, but with academicians. So thank you once again. Maybe I misused this panel to add something more what I missed during the welcome notes, but it was very important for the conference, and looking forward for coffee break and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, Bojan.
Thank you. I think we are out of time. One more applause for the speakers and have a good conference.
Dear guests, thank you for actively listening and participating in this panel discussion. It is time for a coffee break to gain more energy to continue with the upcoming topics. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed the second panel discussion, Markets, Institutions, and Economic Prosperity, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister in charge of Economic Affairs, Fatmir Bitiki.
Yeah, just one seat. I thought it will be easier for this panel, but it's quite challenging panel with a lot of good speakers and in front of interesting audience. Today, actually, I have a privilege to chair one of the panels where I think we will be able, after the panel on led by Bojan Maricic, the Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration, where we will speak actually much more on what are the challenges of the economies of our country, but Western Balkans as well, towards the path of integration, full economic integration into European Union. So probably we'll less speak on the political integration, but mainly on economic integration. And today with me I have Krešimir Bekteši, Minister of Economy, Blagoj Bočvarski, Minister of Transport from the government of North Macedonia, Tomas Boček from the Council of Europe Development Bank, Matteo Colangeli from EBRD, Director of Western Balkans, Jacques Mignon, from IMF, Ivailo Izvorski from the World Bank, and Živko Mukaetov, one of our prominent business owners and business managers in the country, and Bjorn Gabriel from European Investment Bank. Prior that I give a floor to the speakers, I would try to raise some of the challenges that all of us are facing ahead. And I will start that by saying that everything should start from our beliefs. And one of my strongest beliefs is that the time for taking actions and firmly walking with concrete and courageous steps towards European Union is now, if not yesterday or the day before. And I want to open this panel discussion with what I believe is the key of unlocking of our full potential as a country and the region. I firmly stand that prosperity, growth, development, and resilience could be achieved through creating strong interdependencies. And I strongly believe that we have to abandon the already established economic approach for creating dependencies and much more focusing on interdependencies as a win-win approach in the medium and long run. This in practice is Europe, yes, because it lies on the EU principles of collaboration and joint action to secure the stability and at the same time the prosperity and growth conducive environment in order to achieve vibrant economies with high performance. And this is Europe now, because only high performance, vibrant economy will bring the opportunities for our citizens, especially our youth, to stay here, building their future, their families in this country. So we are building capacities and creating opportunities and building capacities in the country, strengthening our economies, while at the same time walking the integration path towards European Union. As a region, we need to focus on one single agenda, a joint regional action towards creating competitive and resilient economies based on 4 basic freedoms, which are the essence of creating the European Union. Freedom of movement of goods, workers, providing services, and capital. Only through enhancing our joint competitiveness, we can provide higher developing rates of our economies and make them ready for bigger challenges in our quest to be part of the European Union single market. Our action needs to be aimed towards building strong institutions, support and promotion of SMEs, and creating more skilled human capital. I must additionally stress the importance of support of research and innovations and access to finance, which is inevitable on our way towards integration in the global value chains. Frankly speaking, to achieve these goals and at the same time competing each other in the Western Balkan region is very hard to be reached. Therefore, we must focus on collaboration of the entire region to reach the goal, and that's the full economic integration in the European Union single market. Thus, during this journey, we as policy makers have to be led with vision, not to focus only on the economic growth as an epicenter of our economic policies, because all of us in the room know that economic growth is abstract, not the coherent goal or mission. Before committing to particular targets, be it GDP growth, overall output, decrease of Gini index, and so forth, we as governments should focus on economic development, since economic development addresses economic well-being and quality of life of nations in the broader perspective. We must constantly work on the social well-being for all our citizens. Ensuring equal access to education, healthcare, and employment is the starting point for all the Western Balkan countries in order to continue on their path to maximize our potential. Now we come to the key ingredient of economic development, and that is financing. International financing is a cornerstone in the Western Balkan quest for European Union integration. As we will further talk with the panelists, international funds from institutions like European Investment Bank, EBRD, European Development Bank, and the World Bank are essential more than ever to stimulate economic development, institutional strengthening, infrastructure advancement, legal and judicial reform, environmental and energy transition, social development and well-being, cross-border collaboration, crisis resilience, and stability. It is the right momentum for the IFIs to change the course from filling the gaps in the economies towards support of planned and budgeted investment in the countries to the approach which will be more beneficial for our economies, and as it will be an added value of the public financing which will maximize its impact. With the support of World Bank in the country, we were able to create the smart specialization strategy that will be a very useful tool in creating more efficient and effective use of public funds. The British Embassy and Slovakia Ministry of Foreign Affairs are our supporters in creating our National Development Strategy 2023-2043, which is about to be finalized till the end of this year as a long-term development strategy where the quadruple helix, government, business, civil society, and academia, are going to put their efforts in order to define the biggest priorities of the country to be achieved in the next 20 years. All this guided by the UN agencies. Various other IFIs are financing several projects in our country in their mission to achieve the SDGs defined by the United Nations, which are as well part of our governmental agenda. All financing, public and finances coming from the IFIs, should be streamlined towards achieving our strategic goals in order to reach the desired outcome, and that the economic development will ensure resilient and competitive economies backed by human capital that is ready to take on the development path to achieve competitiveness to join the European single market. Europe, yes, for more competitive region with the other 27 EU member states now. Because Europe now is not complete without Europe saying yes to all candidate countries trying to meet the membership criteria. Thank you. And now, I think this was sufficient trigger to announce the first speaker, and that's Minister Krešnik Bekteshi, Minister of Economy, my dear colleague, with whom actually we had the privilege to work. It should be said privilege because we started to work during the COVID crisis, and it was privilege at the time to work together during the crisis. But as one of ministers with whom we have coordinated all the development policies and crisis measures since the COVID, I would like to give him a floor with asking how challenging do you see the process of creating policies in time of crisis, but at the same time, those policies should lead towards more competitive national economy in our efforts to become part of the EU single market.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Betuti. Allow me first to congratulate the Minister of Finance, Mr. Besimi, and his whole team for the great organization of this event, which is becoming quite an important event in North Macedonia, but not only, regionally as well, in order to discuss issues that are of crucial importance regarding the prosperity of our country, but as the region overall. I was listening carefully your speech, and I would start from the aspect of the joint actions that most of the EU member countries are taking in order to give the possibility in order to develop their economies, but the economy of the European Union overall. And when we are talking for joint actions, as Northern Macedonia, first and foremost, and that's my impression and my thought, that the joint actions should start from ourselves. The joint actions should start with the increase of the cooperation between all the parties and the stakeholders, which may have an impact, first of all, on the national level, afterwards on the regional level, and for sure in European level. Therefore, economy in general, development has to be the main topic where we all should increase this cooperation and not take the interest of our political parties, but also the interest of different organizations and put them on the first place. When we will talk for development, for strategies, for continuity, there should not be compromise of any aspect. In North Macedonia, we have been working very hardly in order to come up with strategies that have to be afterwards implemented and realized from different governments, different stakeholders, and are in meanwhile changed. And there is not predictability, continuity for the business sector overall. Therefore, I think that that should be our main focus at the moment, especially now during the crisis, where even the opposition, all the Chamber of Commerce's, different organizations would be included in making such development strategies, including here the strategy of the smart specialization, where we define the main sectors where our country would be focused in the upcoming 5 to 10 years. Why I'm mentioning this? Because the ministers, ourselves, can be changed. All the directors which are implementing different measures can be changed, but the strategy which would have the predictability for the business sector should be followed. And when I'm talking for following such strategies, I'm talking for the sectors which are already identified in our country during the stage of the development of this smart strategy as industries, as sectors which have a great potential in order to be increased and have a positive impact when it comes to the development. We are discussing for the food crisis at the moment all over the globe. And one of the identified sectors, including the academia, including the Chamber of Commerce, but also the other sectors, is smart agriculture. And the smart agriculture as a sector has to be followed for the upcoming 10 years at least. Therefore, through the Fund for Innovation, through different mechanisms that the country has, these sectors for sure has to have the main focus of our country. In meanwhile, beside the smart specialization strategy, which would be adopted within a month from now, and for sure it will be shared first with the Chamber of Commerce and the others, we have to identify also as a country the new export strategy. Because the sectors are changing, and we have to see where we have the competitive advantage as North Macedonia in order not to compete only on regional level, but based on the intention that we are having in order to be integrated up to 2030 within the European Union market, we sure have to have export strategy which would be based on concrete evidence, on concrete requests, demands from the business sector overall. So when we are talking for predictability, I think that's the main topic that we should not have compromise as persons which are leading with very serious and important institutions. Everything that is good and is giving a result should continue to be implemented. And everything that has and is evident that should be changed with an open debate, transparency with the Chamber of Commerce, including here also the opposition. Therefore, the joint actions, and this is my main sentence and my message, has to start first from us, including the government and the opposition, when we are discussing for the prosperity, for increasing the standard of living of our citizens, but also to the increase of the competitiveness overall of our country. Afterwards, we go and have joint actions also on regional level, and why not on European level. But without starting the joint actions, when we are talking for the prosperity overall for the country from ourselves, I really don't know if we can be successful in order to have such joint actions in different levels, including here the EU level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Bekteshi. One of the crucial things that probably is from your speech is that, yeah, joint actions are a must. They have to start from ourselves, and it has to be an inclusive process with including all the stakeholders. One of the stakeholders that we have here today among the ministers and government is Minister of Transport, which usually we call him when we want to know how far they have gone with investment, infrastructure investment. So I will give a floor to Blagoy Bashvarsky, Minister of Transport, and trying to trigger him about how infrastructure investment will help not only country to increase the overall economic development, improve social well-being, but how much they will help us in order to increase our competitiveness in our road to the EU single market.
Thank you, Fatmir. Thank you for the invitation that I got today by the Minister of Finance to participate in this forum. when we talk about the economy and the economic flows, the development of the economy, we always crop up the issue of connectedness of the country, because this connectedness, the economy, construction as a sector go hand in hand, and we can't have one without the other. We've seen things in past of how that didn't work when they weren't hand in hand. If the connectedness, the connectivity is bad in the country, economy can't grow with the desired tempo that we all expect. And as a result, the interest of the country and the whole region is to connect with the whole region as soon as possible. When we talk about connectedness, also we need to bear in mind that it doesn't stop at the borders of our countries in this region, nor does it stop anywhere in the world. Absolutely not. Connectedness means collaboration in the region. No highway, no railroad stops at the end of the border of the country, and that gives us the right to believe that only by having the right approach and good policies and the cooperation policies in the region can we achieve this higher level in our region, and to achieve that level that the European countries have, countries in the European Union. Finally, I believe that this region that also likes to go back on the topics back in history is slowly starting to understand connectedness topics, infrastructure, building certain projects is now getting the desired flow, and we can see that the questions regarding connectedness are cropping up on the surface, apropos what was previously feeding into the policies for the politicians in this region with history by burdening the political space with these topics, and I'm convinced that this is the right way. And when we talk about the joint approach, the common approach of this whole region that the European Union has already acknowledged and merely a couple of months ago accepted our demand, it is a joint request of this region, both the Republic of North Macedonia, Bulgaria and Albania, and Italy, as a strong supporter for the Corridor 8 as one strategic priority for this corridor to enter the map of the main European corridors. That corridor, up until a few months, was on the map of side corridors. But when we had this mutual approach, when we had the discussion in Brussels with all ministries of transport and communications, presidents of governments, and our other representatives, the European Union also gave us a hand, so to put it. But this doesn't mean that we should stop here. Our next step is to show that this should not remain a policy only written on paper, but we should translate this policy by investing into with financial resources from the domestic budget into building this atmosphere. I'm convinced that we have made the right step, and we are now realizing key infrastructural projects with over 2 billion euros, which are worth that much. Corridor 8, Corridor 10 in the road infrastructure that already started working and will start getting headway in the upcoming period, is in the right time with the right policy in this regard. The railroad towards Bulgaria, which for 30 years by the country is trying to get resources and ways on how to advance it. 2 of the 3 phases are worked on currently, and we are about to start the tender procedure for the 3rd and the highest, basically the largest phase in this process. That's a very important share of the financial resources and investments. They go to the infrastructure and connectedness, for which I think this is the right approach, and this will give us the opportunity for future development of this country and for the region in general. I'm convinced that these policies mean a restart of construction primarily, because this is a very severe branch that moves 25 other branches with itself. There is no construction company in Macedonia that has not been activated at the moment. They're all hired. All companies have a lot of work to do. However, what we can learn today from the big consortia and companies on an international level that are currently in Macedonia and are still working here, this is a chance for us to mature and to learn something new in projecting, in construction, in working with urban projects and procedures, and finally in the construction part, the building part. I'm convinced that this is the restart of construction that we need, and a chance for a big stepping stone to be made in the development of the economy. New job positions will be open for our citizens, and I believe that today, together, we will be able to achieve it together with our citizens, to be able to build the country, to make better connectedness, and finally, I'm convinced that this connectedness will have a good return in the economy, in the balanced regional development, in decreasing the pressure of the foreign investments, so that we don't want them to invest only in Skopje, in the capital city. We should also move towards the middle of the country as well, and to retain the citizens here. This whole cycle is about to wrap up here, and I'm convinced that the right steps are being made at the right time and in the right direction. With that, I mean that, of course, the infrastructure, the connectedness, I'm sure that they're main for the development of the economy. Thank you very much.
One of the crucial things that was stressed by the minister is that infrastructure investment are important, but even more important is the regional infrastructure as a strong answer towards the speedy European integration. And now, talking about European integration, talking about cohesion and social cohesion, I would like to give a floor to Thomas Bocek, Vice Governor of the Council of Europe Development Bank, whose aim is to support social cohesion in EU member states. So I would like actually to hear from you, if possible, how do you think and what do you think about creating, how it can be done, creating a growth conducive environment, promoting economic prosperity in reaching bigger social cohesion in Western Balkan, especially Macedonia?
Thank you, and thank you for having invited me. I will just specify that we are supporting social cohesion not only in the EU, but in the whole Europe, because the CEB, the Council of Europe Development Bank, has 43 member states, and North Macedonia and all the Western Balkan countries are part of it. So long-term and lasting economic prosperity will come from a competitive, resilient, reformed, democratic region, fully aligned with the values and standards of the Council of Europe and the European Union, and well on track for European integration. It is important to strengthen the competitiveness of Western Balkan economies, help to prepare the countries for the green and digital transitions, make better use of human capital, support institutional and structural reforms on the path to democratic consolidation and EU accession. And IFIs, including the CEB, can and should continue to play an important role in the region in helping to achieve these goals. Of course, in close cooperation with the Western Balkan governments and local authorities, they should provide financing, but not only financing, also technical expertise, and encourage also knowledge sharing. So the CEB, as I said, which has a very special and exclusively social mandate, has provided full support to Western Balkan economies over the past decades in important areas such as public infrastructure, health, education, employment, and it is proud to be one of the most important partners in the Western Balkans for projects with a strong social focus. Now, why is this social focus so important? Recent studies have shown that in North Macedonia, As in the rest of the Western Balkans, people see social infrastructure as a top priority area for the government to invest in. This is ahead of other areas such as energy, tourism, or agriculture. And chronic underinvestment in the social sector prevents the human capital from achieving its full potential and increases the brain drain. And the brain drain is a real problem for the whole of the Western Balkan region, including North Macedonia. According to the OECD, since 2010, an annual average of 30,000 people emigrate from North Macedonia to OECD countries. The main reasons for this are wage differentials, employment opportunities, quality of life, institutional quality. So as a result, highly educated, skilled persons continue to leave the country and the region. In turn, brain drain harms long-term labor and economic competitiveness and slows GDP growth. By improving living conditions and the overall situation in the country, public finance can help to put in place the right conditions and create a strong and safe investor climate, which will also attract private investors. There is a need for further investments in education to improve and, if necessary, expand primary, secondary, and tertiary school facilities. Statistics show a relatively low number of school enrollment in North Macedonia and the other Western Balkan countries, which contributes to inequalities since it affects young people's chances of getting into decent employment as adults. So education needs to become one of the priorities of the governments. The health sector is also very important when it comes to maintaining a strong and skilled labor force. We at the CEB know from our experience in other countries with similar projects that the good health sector and affordable access to healthcare is crucial for adequate living conditions and can really influence people's decision about emigrating. This is why the CEB has provided substantial funding for the rehabilitation of health provider institutions in the regions, but more remains to be done in that respect. So, building on the work that has already been carried out, it is important for North Macedonia and for the other Western Balkan countries, first, to continue to improve education, both quantitatively and qualitatively, and access to it for all. Second, to strengthen further the health sector by improving access for all. Third, to continue to strengthen the investment framework by reinforcing the rule of law. And last but not least, facilitate access to financing for self-employed persons and micro businesses. The CEB, I can reassure you that the CEB is here and remains committed to continuing and further strengthening its cooperation with the North Macedonia and with other Western Balkan countries in order to support them on the path for European integration. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said at the beginning, you are aiming actually social cohesion, and it's true that investment in trying to achieve higher social cohesion is a must in order to decrease the migration trends in Western Balkans, especially in North Macedonia. Because as we have said previously, one of our assets is human capital. We don't have stronger asset than that. Thanks for your speech. The next is someone that is coming from the IFIs, and through their portfolio, they heavily work in different regions in our country. And that's Matteo Colangeli from EBRD. Actually, EBRD for Director for Western Balkans. I would, as a direct question. How do you, as EBRD, address the disparities in income per capita of our citizens with comparison with those of European Union?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. Let me start by also congratulating Minister Bessimi on this third edition of this gathering. Really pleased to be here. And thank you for the question. Actually, this is really the one topic I was planning to talk about in the sort of rather broad range of issues which this panel will cover. And it's the topic of economic prosperity, which ultimately should be the outcome of everything else we discuss today. So the starting point is that the average income level, GDP per person in this region, is at around 35% of EU average. So there is a lot of catching up to do. And I think the real question for this region is how quickly can this gap narrow and eventually close. So I'm not an economist, but we do have a big team of economists at EBRD, and there is one statistic which for me was really eye-opening. So if we look at the pre-financial crisis growth rates, so before 2007, the catching up would have happened between 20 and 30 years, which is a long time, but a very long time, but perhaps a time which most of us can find tolerable, I think, for any parent to be able to think that their children will have better living standards. But since the financial crisis, if we look at the growth rate from 2008 onwards, if we continue on this trajectory, then it will take 70 years for this region to close the gap with the EU, which is clearly a completely unacceptable time frame for the people and the countries of the Western Balkans. So it is very clear that a major shift is needed. A few gears up are needed in terms of accelerating the convergence process. And it's also clear that the engine for that will need to be faster EU integration. And we are certainly very hopeful at EBRD that good signals and good progress will come out of the Berlin summit coming up in Tirana in October. But while the political process takes place, what can countries in this region do to, quote unquote, help themselves to be ready, to grasp as much as possible of the openings and the acceleration that seems to be on the horizon when it comes to the EU journey of this region? And there are three things I briefly wanted to touch upon. The first one is the green energy transition. I don't think there is any chance for any country to be successful in an EU context if your economy is fueled primarily by lignite, and if you have an energy intensity which is more than double the European Union one, meaning that you are wasting half of the energy per unit of GDP compared to the EU. So on this front, I really would like to be praising the steps made by this country, by North Macedonia. I think this country is at the forefront when it comes to making credible commitments to decarbonize the energy sector. And this is also, by the way, what made it possible for us to make available a few weeks ago 100 million euro of liquidity support to the state-owned energy company. But beyond us, this is also recognized by other players, and North Macedonia is the only country in Europe which managed to secure funding from the Climate Investment Fund, $85 million of grants and concessional finance that we were pleased to support this country in securing. And as I said, this is only possible because of the credible commitments and steps already made by the country towards a greener energy sector. The second point is interconnection with the region and with Europe infrastructure. North Macedonia is blessed in terms of being geographically at the crossroad of two major EU corridors, Corridor 8, Corridor 10, and really should do all it can to advance the many investments, the many projects on the various sections of these corridors so that they are completed as quickly as possible. If there are more money coming from the EU in terms of grant support for infrastructure, then I think it will be even more important for all the countries in this region to be prepared in terms of absorbing them. There will never be an envelope of money for North Macedonia, one for Serbia, one for Albania. There will be one for the region. And the money will go to the countries that are best prepared to take it, that have projects which are ready and that are able to implement them efficiently. So we really stand ready to work with you on this. But you should be in the driving seat, and you are the owners, ultimately, of your own infrastructure projects. And as EBRD, we will be on your side with all the technical assistance possible and needed to help you speed up implementation. Final point, SMEs. SMEs are the backbone of any economy, and including, of course, of the countries in this region. Foreign direct investment is important, of course, but it's important to capitalize on the big foreign companies that come to this country, to this region, in order to create around them an ecosystem of local suppliers to these big investors. And for that, really, access to finance and access to skills to the local SMEs are paramount. We are very active in this field, both on the advisory side. We have a program for many, many years in this region that in North Macedonia already supported 800 SMEs, making available consultants, experts to help them grow. But access to finance, of course, is also needed for companies from this region to operate to the level required in order to be a supplier to a large multinational. And for that, we work mainly through the commercial banks, through making available loans plus grants to the SMEs that invest in innovation. And again, on this front, I'm really thankful to the government of North Macedonia and UNDP, who are donors. They are contributing grants for an important financing facility, the Green Economy Facility, worth initially 30 million euros, that will make available funding, loans, and grants for Macedonian SMEs to grow and become more competitive. Stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that you provided us quite an overall overview on what EBRD is doing in our country and how actually consistently not is helping us in reaching higher social cohesion throughout the country, but how is helping us in wider regional integration towards the path to European integration. Thank you. The next in terms is Mr. Jacques Mignon from the International Monetary Fund, which is a huge and significant part of the IFS who are cooperating with our government and its institutions, and normally in coordination with our monetary authorities. So it will be a great pleasure to hear you and to say us a little bit more on this panel, how to streamline finances into achieving strategic goals in our country. Sorry, before that, I think Minister wants to excuse himself.
I want to excuse you, but I have prearranged meetings with the food industry because dealing with the crisis, I have to go and leave, and really I apologize I cannot hear your discussions, but I promise afterwards in the evening I will go through this debate and for sure see what have been even the conclusions, if there would be. Sorry, I have to go because most of our food industry is waiting for me and for regarding the measures we have to adopt together with the Deputy Prime Minister. Sorry, bye.
Thank you, Minister. I think the Minister did intentionally, before IMF took the floor to speak, because he wants to show how we are fighting inflation in our country.
I'm going to talk about inflation. So, look, the first thing I want to say is reinforce something that Matteo just said. I think if there's one fact that you're going to take for this conference is this. Income per capita here is much lower than in the EU. We know that. Everyone knows that. But what people don't know is that during the 2000s, income per capita was catching up to the EU. In 2000, income per capita was 27% of the EU average, And by the end of the decade, it was 37%. That's pretty good. But over the last 10 years, that process has completely stalled. So basically, we've had a lost decade in terms of income convergence. So just accelerating, reigniting income convergence has to be the #1 priority, both towards the citizens, but also in terms of EU accession. Now, Matteo spoke a lot about the structural policies that are needed for that. Green transition, interconnection, there's also rule of law, business environment, all that is true. But I want to tell you a little bit about the macroeconomic challenges and the macroeconomic priorities. And not just because that's where we work, I'm not just doing that because that's what I know, but also because macroeconomic stability will not deliver growth in itself. It will not accelerate income convergence in itself. But without stability, I guarantee you, you will not have growth and income convergence. So let me tell you candidly what I see are the key macro challenges in this economy and the key macro priorities. The first one is we need to keep fiscal deficits contained. Why is this? Well, debt in Macedonia is not very high, but it's not low either. It's nowhere near a danger zone, but as I said, it's not low. So it's very clear that the direction of travel for public debt has to be down and not up. Now, we are working very, very hard with Minister Besimi, with the government, with Parliament, and I have to say, I'm pretty happy with the fiscal outturns last year. I'm pretty confident they're going to be pretty good this year. But this is a constant battle, right? In every country. But in the Western Balkans, if you care about fiscal prudence, you have to be, like a dam standing every day against the pressures, to increase spending, to increase entitlements, etc. And it's particularly true because, let's be honest, we have elections ahead of us. And it's a recurring cycle in the Western Balkans that before elections, there's large increases in current spending. We need to really be very responsible about that. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and more directly, within the budget, do you know why income convergence has stalled? It's not productivity. Productivity has been disappointingly low in Macedonia, but pretty steady. The reason income per capita growth has fallen is because of a sharp decline in investment. Simply, there's not enough capital, public and private, to sustain high growth. What does this have to do with the budget? Very simple. A key way to increase investment is through the budget. And I'm pretty happy that this year, the capital expenditure envelope in the budget is one of the largest of the last 10 years. That's great. But we need to preserve that. And again, if you increase other things such as wages, pensions, entitlements, subsidies, all that may have its own reasons, but no one can defy the laws of physics. You cannot, at the same time, increase current spending, keep deficits contained, and keep the space for capital investment high. Something has to give. And again, if we want to keep that space for capital investment and we want to keep budget deficits responsible, we need to be responsible on current spending, not least ahead of the elections. So that's a key message, I think. The second one, and I think an important challenge, is inflation. Inflation has come down a lot, partly because international prices have come down, partly because the government has put in place policies, and certainly because the central bank has tightened policy, increased interest rates, tightened liquidity, etc., etc. All that is very good. The problem is that inflation is not coming down fast enough. Inflation is too high. And if we are honest, recent policy decisions, like the wage increases, risk giving a new impulse to inflation. And this is a problem because, well, right now inflation, of course, hurts the purchasing power of households. But in addition to that, if we keep an inflation differential, if we have higher inflation here than in the euro area or other Western Balkans for many years, that will hurt the competitiveness of the economy. So it's important to continue working on inflation. I'm really eager to see and curious to see what are the measures to be announced against food inflation. But again, the best thing the government can do is avoid large ramp-ups in spending, particularly ahead of the election, that could trigger inflation. As for the central bank, look, it's possible that the central bank has to tighten more. If some of the risks to inflation that I mentioned materialize, the central bank will have to do more. No one likes it when the central bank tightens, but we need to give the central bank the space to do it, because the best thing that the central bank can do for the economy is fulfill its mandate for price stability. I have no doubt that the central bank will do it, and if they do what they have to do, and I have no doubt that they will, they have our full support. So, thank you.
I think straightforward messages. Thanks. I will not repeat, but try to just paraphrase some of the things that you mentioned. In order to reach the income convergence, we have to look on the several issues: macroeconomic challenges, which macroeconomic stability, which will, for sure, as you said, will not deliver growth, but without it, for sure, it will not be delivered. The fiscal deficit is something to be aware and keep it at the level of under control, I would say. And the structure of the budget, that in order to enhance the income convergence, we have to push the state and private investments much more. Thanks for it. The next is Mr. that is coming from World Bank, the chief economist in the World Bank, Mr. Ivailo Izvorsky. I think that World Bank has always have something interesting to say, because the institution that he represents always in our country have some out-of-the-box findings. So when we speak about Western Balkan, and especially for our country, I think the floor is yours to hear something out of the box.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Bessimi, thank you for inviting me to this forum. Great pleasure to be here with you. Let me just start by stating the obvious, that your country has achieved substantial progress over the last 3 decades of transition. We look at income per capita, up 6 times since 1992. Estonia, one of the most successful transition economies in Europe, has income per capita up 7 times since 92. So you've made substantial progress. Your neighbors in the Western Balkans similarly have made substantial progress. If I could bring Albania, has increased its income per capita 11 times. Poverty is down almost by half over the last couple of decades, and the country has opened massively to foreign trade and investments. The ratio of exports to imports, what we call trade openness, is 170%. Together with Estonia, is the largest in Europe, including developing and developed Europe. Now, of course, because economic development is not a linear process, there are constantly challenges, and you have quite a few, as some of my colleagues here on the panel and the previous panel outlined. One of them is, of course, economic growth. In the first decade of this century, when the global economy was booming, the economy of the European Union and ECA, Europe and Central Asia, was booming, growth here was close to 3% or a bit more a year. The next decade, the decade before COVID, growth slowed to about 2%, and now we estimate that potential growth for the economy is about 2%. In fact, for this year, our economists, and Ioana, our economist, is here in the audience, she's forecasting growth for this year that is just a little bit above 2%. This is the growth rate that we, in our next edition of the Europe and Central Asian Economic Update, project for the whole region of Europe and Central Asia. I mean, the other issue that the colleagues on the panel mentioned is that convergence to the EU income levels has stalled. So it was 35% of GDP per capita average about a decade ago now is just a little bit under 40%. This is very, very slow progress. For Estonia, this increase was about 20 percentage points. So clearly, one can aspire to do better, and I'm going to talk a little bit later how that could be done. I mean, productivity growth has been weak and slow, but as my colleague from the IMF mentioned, investment has really slumped. Only in 1 year, 2009, was investment to GDP of more than 25%. And 25% is a threshold that we at the World Bank think as kind of the minimum for the economy to start a much more ambitious convergence process. Education attainment, my colleagues here mentioned, the number of years of schooling is low. But what is much more troublesome is that the quality of education, when we look at primary education, the PIRLS results from reading and mathematics, the PISA scores, they also point to substantial progress. You know, you have a very, very high share of functional illiteracy, kids that at age of 14 cannot read and understand a simple text. So this is a big issue that brings down the human capital level of the country, and of course human capital in this day and age, and especially for a country at North Macedonia's level of GDP per capita and North Macedonia's ambitions, human capital is extremely important for restarting much stronger economic growth. Now the path forward, and this forum obviously is squarely focused on that, the path forward is very clear. The main opportunity, the main goal is EU accession. We know that every country that has become a member of the EU has become a high-income country. The EU is a convergence machine, takes low-income countries, middle-income countries, and makes them high-income economies in a decade or 2 or 3, largely through the major flows of structural funds, but also through its trade and investment framework, alignment of institutions, and so on. What is the main lever? And again, my colleagues here have mentioned, it has to be much faster, much stronger, much more sustainable, more inclusive economic growth. It's a crucial point. Without strong economic growth, nothing else is possible. When growth is 2–3% a year, this is not adequate to restart convergence, to meet the aspirations of the people. When it's 7% a year, in 10 years, your income per capita can double. And so essentially, if you have growth of 7 years, in a decade, you can meet the standards of a high-income economy. Now, again, this was mentioned several times, but I think to have this much stronger growth, you obviously need a much more vibrant private sector. You need much more competition in the private sector, and I have to say, you need an economy with much less government involvement, right? Government involvement that is strategic, more horizontal, addresses horizontal challenges, but not necessarily go into every sector and try to guide economic development. I mean, together with this much more vibrant private sector, there has to be the environment to facilitate much higher investment. Why is it that in other countries, even in Estonia, which is now a country, mind you, with GDP per capita in purchasing power parity that is closer to Japan's GDP, how is Estonia maintaining fixed investment of close to 30% of GDP a year, and Macedonia cannot? So I think this is a major ambition here, that fixed investment, which collapsed after the global financial crisis in 2009, has really to go up, and much more vibrant private sector, much more conducive environment for foreign direct investment will be part of that. I mean, third, of course, and I talked earlier, is that besides optimizing the state aid policies and reducing barriers to market entry and competition, there has to be, rapid digitalization of the economy, enabling infrastructure that needs to help companies tap into growing opportunities. Now, obviously, enhancing the quality of human capital, doing much better on education has to be next on the list. There are so many examples in Europe and in Asia of high-quality education. You look at the countries that are doing very well on the PISA, the OECD PISA scores, whether it's China, whether it's Singapore, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's Finland, Poland, Estonia, closer to home. All these countries in Europe. Poland did comprehensive education reforms in 2000 and is now the 5th country globally ranking on the PISA score. Estonia is 6th. So there are these fantastic examples that are not very costly to emulate and that would actually be hugely beneficial for long-term economic growth. I just want to say that addressing these challenges and making the economy or helping the economy grow faster would be difficult under any circumstances. I mean, we look at the world, of about 200 countries around the world, only 30 countries have become high-income economies since 1990. Of these 30 economies, 13 are in the European Union. This is the convergence machine. The others, only 2 are not resource-rich and not small islands that depend on tourism, South Korea and Uruguay. So it is a challenge. It is a challenge that I think, having listened to what Your Excellency and the colleagues from your government have mentioned, the government is up to the standard of meeting this challenge. But what is going to make everything much more difficult is that the global economy has come down in a very difficult equilibrium. The 5-year projections for growth, or actually the 5-year growth from 2000 to 2024, these 5 years are the lowest on record in terms of growth rates since 1990. After COVID, the countries of the Western Balkans, North Macedonia, countries of Europe and Central Asia recovered rapidly, only for growth to actually come down to 2–3% a year. Very, very inadequate, not just for your country, for all the countries of Europe and Central Asia. And so the prospects for the world economy, besides 2020, 2024 being such a weak period, we estimate that global potential growth has actually come down by a percentage point from the previous decade. Why? Less work, less trade, less investment, and a debt overhang in developing countries, but also in some of the advanced economies that now, with higher interest rates, are dealing with very substantial interest payments. So with that, I think you know what to do, you know how to do it, and these challenges would help you, improve the ways so that others can learn from your experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, really. If I may quote, you said progress is obvious in the last 3 decades. Maybe not so satisfactory, but the path forward is clear. EU membership, because it is a convergence machine. Thank you. The next in round is a known business person in our country, Mr. Mukaetov, Živko Mukaetov, coming from one of the largest companies in the country. One of the strong advocates for a more business-enabling environment in the country, consistent that the government should be here in order to create a competitive environment, to create competitive economy. Even though the government has made significant changes in treating the domestic businesses in comparison with the FDIs, foreign direct investors, I would like actually to hear from you, what is your observation, how much is done till now, and what has to be done in order to help the businesses in our country to become more competitive in so much attractive EU single market?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank for the introduction the Deputy Prime Minister Bitici and also Minister Fatmir Besimi and the team from Skopje Economic Finance Forum, because really it's a pleasure to be present here and to talk to you. I will start first with a brief introduction about the company I run for 17 years. Alkaloid is a company that exists almost 9 decades and is recognizable and well known through our motto, which is health above all, slogan of one of the key drivers of the Macedonian economy. Our company is one of the fastest growing pharmaceutical companies in the region and one of the biggest in Southeastern Europe. With nearly 3,000 employees in its headquarters in Skopje, 20 daughter companies outside of the country in 15 countries. Alkaloid places its products in nearly 50 countries worldwide. Our main portfolio is pharmaceuticals, chemicals, cosmetics, and botanicals. And during its long history of the company always have shown resilience and fast adaptation to the changes. A special milestone in the development of our company was the project which we went through together with EBRD and IFC. It was building of our new facilities in the end of 90s and in the beginning of 2000 year. With that, we built a new production of semi-synthetic antibiotics and oral dosage forms. And for us, the main point of this was that together with the IFIs, we implemented the strict principles of corporate governance, and it was really an advantage for us for the future. Being a Macedonian-based company, standing in the waiting room of European Union is always very difficult. We had huge production capacities, research and development facilities, cutting-edge technology, and expert personnel on one side. On the other, we were waiting, we were knocking on the door of the European Union market because we were not being there. But we didn't stay here. Our facilities were licensed by the European Union Good Manufacturing Practice in 2007. And from that moment, we become, in our industry, part of the, let's say, European Union. Our first product, which was registered, was lisinopril, well known as Copril here. Also we needed to invest. So we invested in a chemical laboratory in Ljubljana. So you need to be present in European Union so that you could release your products and to sell in European Union. Today we have over 950 products which are registered in the European Union. Out of 260 million euros sales, about 72% is export, and about 55 million euros are sales in European Union at this moment. So what did we get from this being present in EU? Access to 27 countries, 448 million inhabitants, and what's the most important principles there? Exchange of valuable knowledge, valuable experiences, and partnerships with many European companies. The level of transparency in the European Union market is high. There are strictly defined procedures and business rules, accessible and available data, which can really help you in building the strategy, how you should position yourself in the European Union. What did we learn on this step and rocky path? In order to succeed in EU, one must follow the principles of good governance, compliance, have high and constant quality of the products and the services, and being competitive enough. And now somebody will say, okay, you are selling there. What should be your logic of why we should become members of European Union? I will tell you more concretely why. For 16 years, we are already selling, as I said, in European Union, but originating from a non-European Union country is a challenge on its own. A few years ago, we had the idea to buy a pharmaceutical company in Poland. So we went through a due diligence procedure, and it was really interesting to compare what's our starting point and what's the starting point of one, for example, Polish company. First of all, we are starting to sell our products on a market of 2 million. They are starting to sell their products on a market of 40 million. But we are not talking about 40 million. We are talking about procedure in which, for the Polish company, they need less than 1 year to sell in all the European Union market, and for us it's a 3 years procedure. Then for external EU pharmaceutical audits, the checklist for non-EU countries in the EU for producers are more thorough and longer than the EU-based ones. We get approximately 10% subsidies from our government, and we are very thankful that finally, let's say, the governments are taking care about the companies who are investing in production, especially in research and development. On the other side, the Polish pharma companies, they are receiving 50% for all their investment as a grants, for all their investments in production, in R&D. So you can see that if we are going on a track race, EU companies would run more than half of the race, and we will just start to race. So from this perspective, you can see, you can compare that definitely if you are not in EU, doesn't matter how high is the level of your quality, it's not so easy to to be competitive for of the market. As a system which encompasses 2,400 Macedonian families, we are investing extra finances, energy, resources, and valuable time to resolve all these issues. And it would have been much more easier for all of us if we would be members of European Union, and if we would be producers who are present in European Union, and then definitely we could even show more how is the level of quality which we have. There are truly many success stories, I would say, in the region, but definitely if we would become part of this much bigger family, it would be much easier, and to become part of this wider European market. I'm truly proud that even the company originates from a country that has been through a lot of challenges. We have managed to globalize ourselves, but still, I think that if we could be inside from a perspective of a future producer based in EU, having in mind the quality of the products, having in mind the quality of our people, their knowledge, experience, I am sure the sky would be the limit for us and for many other companies who are present in this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukhetov. Mainstreaming government and IFI's funding in increasing SME competitiveness is something that you are saying should be enhanced even more in order to reach the competitiveness needed once becoming part of EU single market to not be too small. Thanks. Then this leads to our last panelist, not the least, Mr. Bjorn Gabriel, European Investment Bank representative in our country. Mr. Gabriel, hearing all of us actually talking, and the previous speaker before you saying that IFIs and the government should actually mainstreaming its funding towards SMEs. How do you see what is the biggest challenge of access to finance in our country, and at which sector?
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Bessimi, the CEF team. Thanks for having us. We're here for the third time. Very happy to be here with the bank, and we have already booked our agenda for next year, so looking forward to that one. I do realize that I'm the very last obstacle between literally every one of you and lunch, so I'll try to be efficient. The question is very pertinent, and actually the sequence is perfect in a way, because I think the one single message that I would like to leave with you is how important it is that companies now start greening their business models in order to boost their competitiveness. As you are aware, the links to the EU markets are obviously very strong, and these EU markets, they currently shift towards a green economy, and they do that with quite a fast pace. So there's an urgent need for companies in the region, and also here in North Macedonia, obviously, to adapt in order to meet the Union's relatively stringent environmental standards and the regulations linked to it, for example, the EU taxonomy for sustainable finance. This will be important to maintain market access in the future, obviously, to diversify that market access. It will also be important to integrate this way and to continue to integrate into the European value chains and ultimately boost competitiveness. Now, this seems to be, self-evident in a way. Unfortunately, it isn't. We see in the regular surveys that we do together with IMF colleagues and EBRD colleagues that there's a dilemma. On one hand, we have firms perceiving a lack of incentive to actually make green investments into their businesses. The survey, for example, shows that only 1/5 of all surveyed SMEs invest in energy efficiency. It also shows that of those who don't invest in climate action measures, that more than 60% of them don't even consider such investments a priority for the future. So there is a lack of awareness on the side of the firms. And on the other hand, we see that in the financial sector, access to finance and credit supply has further tightened during the first quarter of this year. So that, in a way, requires a market intervention to overcome this sort of tit-for-tat situation. And such market intervention ideally does two things. It encourages the banks to lend more and to provide more capital. And on the other hand, It works and raises the awareness of managers of firms as to why they should green their business models and how they can do that through specific investments. And this is in particular what we're up to here in North Macedonia. We're trying to achieve exactly that. We do have a long-standing cooperation for SME finance with the Development Bank of North Macedonia already for 12 years. A rather, how would I say, efficient and effective partnership model, which allowed us so far to support more than 2,300 businesses with more than €500 million, I'd say. And we're now using this partnership model to pivot it towards green finance. Just in July, we signed a green credit line that is now available through commercial banks to SMEs in the country for climate action investments. The credit line has a value of around €100 million. And just now, during the coffee break, we signed a technical assistance agreement also with DBNM that has two components. First of all, it focuses on the financial sector and commercial banks to help with due diligence processes, portfolio management, etc., regarding green finance, and more importantly also to work with companies, SMEs, in order to help them, possibly even through energy audits, for example, to establish concrete investment measures that they could cast into a proposal in order to consult the banks. So this is how we're trying to overcome this challenge. The partnership with DBNM, as I mentioned, has proven very effective over the years. We're very proud of that. You will see that in future that also other development financiers will use this implementation architecture to support SMEs. I think for the country this is a very good sign because it essentially shows the appreciation also of international development financiers for the National Promotional Bank and its ability to help the government steer economic reforms and to work towards economic prosperity. So that's the message. Greening business models, super important. That's also one of our focus areas. EBRD colleagues working on this as well, also in other constituencies. Further efforts are of course needed at many levels with many stakeholders to align with the ever-evolving EU sustainability requirements. I assure you that as EU Bank and EU Climate Bank, we're there to help, to assist. We're fully mobilized, and we will do so obviously with all our public and private sector partners in the country and also our peer institutions who are here today in Skopje. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. I think it was an excellent closure of our panel. I would like to thank all the panelists, speakers, and the audience for being patient, even though we took like 20 minutes out of your lunch break, but previously they took from us, so we are even. Thanks.
Thank you for being a part of this panel discussion. We would like to invite you on a lunch break. Rest shortly and move on to the next subjects. how diplomacy and policy making can maximize development finance. Let's hear in the next panel discussion, Geopolitics, Policymaking and Finance. Chair, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Political Systems and Intercommunity Relations, Artan Grubi.
Shall we start? Dear host, can we start? Yes? Thank you. Good afternoon. I can't see you at all, but I'm guessing you can see us from this side.
Can you see anyone? No, okay, it's not just me. It's not just me. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I want to congratulate Fatmir and everyone at the Ministry of Finance for the third Skopje Economic Finance Forum. And as I heard Commissioner Hahn said, if you do it twice, it's just a repetition. If you do it the third time, it's already a tradition. So congratulations on setting up this tradition. It has become a brand, well known, and everybody's expecting it in September. When is it going to be held and who are going to be the participants? So congratulations to all the staff in the Ministry of Finance that despite the preparations for the budget, despite the preparations for the review of the budget, you also have time to organize the forum this year. I'm pleased to have an excellent panel here today with me. I would like to say at the very beginning that I will have to excuse myself at 2:30 for other meetings in the agenda. So probably after Ljubša finishes, I will have to excuse myself. But let me address a little bit the topic. And as you have seen, the political scene in the country is very vibrant. The developments are almost dramatic every single day. And we are getting visits from all of our partner countries, starting from all the European Union member countries, the United States, NATO, OSCE, and all partner organizations, encouraging us to make the final step and continue our road towards European integration. We have had two similar episodes in the past. The first episode was after the conflict in 2001, when we had massive, almost invasion of international friends, representatives of the international community, visiting the country and encouraging us to achieve peace, to achieve the Ohrid Framework Agreement, which we did, finally. And that resolution to the conflict brought a cohesive society, brought equality between the communities, and it made me, as an ethnic Albanian, in the government, proud to represent my country, proud to represent the flag, and to work for all the citizens. So the state became loyal towards me as an ethnic group, and I responded towards the state with equal and even more of a loyalty. So it was a successful engagement of domestic forces, democratic forces, as well as the assistance from the international community. The second effort was NATO membership and the dispute that we had with our southern neighbor Greece. Same episode, same players, United States, EU member countries, NATO, OSCE, EU, were very much engaged in encouraging us to make the final decision and close the dispute that we have with Greece in order to unblock our path towards NATO. In 2008, we were part of the A3 together with Croatia and Albania, and we faced the slamming of the door into our face because of the bilateral dispute that we had with Athens, and we had to wait 11 years. But now, with the perspective of being a NATO member, we can feel the difference, we can see the difference, including foreign direct investments, including security in our country, especially in turbulent times. What we see is happening in continental Europe with the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So we feel safe, our citizens feel safe, our investors feel safe. Now it's the turn for the third episode, and that is the EU membership. And we see another, positive invasion of our international friends. We had German visitors just recently. We had visitors from all EU member countries. We had also visitors from the United States telling us that we need to make another courageous decision and that we will not regret, because it will open the path towards the European Union. If you judge from past experience, every time that we've made a very painful decision that faced resistance within the community and within the political parties, it paid off for us. We achieved peace, we became members of NATO, and now if we made this ultimate compromise, that is a just technical amendment to the Constitution, it will not cause anything to our country, to our citizens, negative, but to the country it will be very positive. We will immediately hold a second intergovernmental conference with the European Union and start opening the negotiating chapters. That's why my position, the party that I represent in government, but I believe also, I'm confident that the party that also Ljubček here represents, are firmly dedicated to have a successful completion of the process of the constitutional amendments. And we are 100% confident that it's just a technical amendment and that it will benefit the citizens and the country. It will bring Europe to our citizens, and it will disallow our citizens to go to Europe, because they will have similar standards here in their country, and there will be no need to look for a better life elsewhere in the Western countries. This has happened with all the new member countries of the European Union. It will happen with us as well. I see my time is running out. I'm expecting that we will have a successful completion of this process within this year and early next year, and that will be rewarded by the citizens at the next presidential and parliamentary elections. But I don't want to go forever. I would like to give the floor to Ljubča, who had important roles in the previous government, has an important role in this government, is very experienced and a dedicated EU partisan in the government. Therefore, the floor is yours, Ljubča.
Благодарам, Artan.
Thank you, Artan. Yes, I had a speech that was ready, but I want to continue in the context of what you mentioned. We are a generation of children, I would say, who grew up, and every day we would speak about NATO and EU during our childhood. I want us to be honest now, and to speak frankly, not diplomatically. And that's why I want to switch to Macedonian, to make sure that I can convey my point as a generation of what we should do and whether we should continue wasting time instead of making decisions. It's my honor that I was part of this team, and I still am part of this team that makes important decisions, knows where we want to get as a country, not to waste time. And we don't want future generations to spend another 30 years during each campaign listening about different goals, which mean nothing. That's why, in that regard, we will continue, and I'm going to talk about what we do. I think that's very clear with the decisions and with the constitutional amendments and the decisions that need to be made for us to continue along this road. We have strategic goals, and the strategic goal EU, for real, it should be, and it is right now, during this conference, which we have mentioned, and through the prism of the work that we conduct, I believe that with a lot of efforts and with a team behind us, we managed to prove that we are a sector through which we can see European advantages, possible opportunities visually with specific projects and realizations. Currently, we conduct a great deal of reforms we're conducting, for which we were waiting for 30 years, and which wouldn't have been initiated and won't be initiated if it hadn't been for the EU standing behind us. 30 years we talk about consolidation, but only in a philosophical, demagogical sense. Now, today, we're conducting it. Unfortunately, very little is known about it, about the consolidation of agricultural land in 14 of our regions. A very small number of people know this, and we're trying to emphasize this. However, we are leaders of consolidation in all of Europe at the moment, and we're not saying this, we are saying, FAO is saying this, who is right behind us together with the EU. Yeah, we've lost 30 years, but we managed to take in hold and to conduct it with EU. In 12 regions, we have irrigation systems that are being built for 30, 40, 50 years, which haven't been built, with the financial support, again, of the European Union. We initiated a project for a deep reform of the whole forestry system. 50% of the whole territory of the country are forests, and that's a huge natural treasure that was not being employed due to different reasons. And these priorities never made the agenda. Today, with the assistance, financial support of the EU, we are making reforms in forestry that should show results. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the Italian and the German ambassador. And with the German ambassador, we discussed the opportunity today is for you to see all these projects that with their support and with the support of the budget of the EU, 40% of which is for agriculture that we are realizing and are available already for the Macedonian farmers and Macedonian sector. We are building a huge factory in Rosoman, done with the support of the European Union. We are making alignments not with the laws only, but with projects that are visible for the citizens, and without the support of the European Union would not have been made. Neither the consolidation nor the irrigation systems, nor the reforms, nor the laws that we adopt, that unfortunately are currently blocked in the Assembly. Although the laws on organic production, fishing, should not target political parties or stakeholders. We expect them, however, we're currently waiting for these blockades to be lifted so that this law, under which there's a huge team supporting it, and should implement it. And what we're proud of currently, and we're implementing, is the IPART program, which is a pride of the whole region. IPART 1 from 2007 to 2015, 60 million euros at our disposal, 90% of it used. IPART 2, June 2017, now we're closing it, 60 million euros at our disposal, 98% of it, realization has been carried out of the whole program. More than Serbia, Montenegro, and Albania altogether. While we're currently in this room talking about politics and about finances on the Macedonian farmers and the agro sector, currently, for today, we have at their disposal 40 million euros European funds, non-recoverable, for measures, investments, and mobilization in agriculture. This is rarely done by any country. Like even Croatia, as a member state, did not have that as an opportunity. And is at Macedonia's disposal now for the Macedonian farmers. And we're the first country starting the IPART 3 program and proving that we can get these policies closer through specific acts that have been realized now. And that I'm also going to visit successful projects after today's conference that I see have been realized through these European funds. And I say we are a generation that has to make decisions and has to continue and accelerate this road, because there's no other alternative.
Thank you as well, Ljubčo, and congratulations on everything you have achieved so far. we have not made mistakes so far when we decided together. And I think that one of the most successful ministers since the independence until today is you, and I see the passion that you work with in the ministry. And I just want to congratulate you and wish you more success. Together we're here with the governor of the National Bank, the two ambassadors of Germany and Italy, and Nicolas Marquet, who is the regional manager of IFC. But here, I would like for me and Ljubče to take a break. If you're leaving, to ask the host, Fatmir Besimi, to take over as chair. Because of the obligations we have, Ljubče will travel. I have a following meeting. So please, Fatmir, if possible, if you could take over as chair. And I apologize to all of you on my behalf and Ljubče's behalf. Thank you, all of you.
It looks like we're becoming very pragmatic. Challenges are ahead, not always as we plan, but we can reorganize ourselves. So thanks to all the audience and panelists for the understanding. Now we continue with my colleague and friend on my left-hand side, Governor of the Central Bank, Anita. Give your views, perspective on what is today's topic about the geopolitics, policy making, and finance, as it is from your perspective. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister. First, let me really express my appreciation for the invitation to be part of this conference, and congratulations for the Minister and his team for already 3 times organizing this successful conference. The topic of this conference is geopolitics, but you can assume that I, as a governor, will address from the point of implications of geopolitical developments for the income convergence in the Western Balkan economies. So, as always, we have had in the past a lot of geopolitical tensions, but what the analysis shows is that so far, geopolitical tensions usually have short-lived impacts on markets and economies. However, it seems that this time is different. According to many international surveys, geopolitics, along with cost of living crisis and climate changes, are one of the top 3 risks, which I would say doesn't at all come as a surprise. If we look what is happening in international fora, a lot of trade restrictions rising. Just for example, last year there were 2,500 trade restrictions imposed, which is 4 times more in comparison with the pre-pandemic period. Practically, one of the biggest challenges from these geopolitics developments are that we may see a reversal in the globalization process. And on the other hand, we all know that the globalization has been a long-standing and beneficial process, boosting global incomes. According to some estimates, in a decade, it has boosted it by 10%, and especially for smaller emerging market economies, thus acting as an engine of growth, which is particularly the case also for the Western Balkan economies and our Macedonian economy. Thus, practically, from these positive globalization trends, we have benefited through a couple of channels. We have seen significant trade pickup in our economies in the region, especially in the case of the Macedonian economy. So trade openness now is 160% of GDP, which means we have the highest in the Western Balkan region, but also we have the highest trade, not the highest, but 5th highest trade openness in the CEC region. And the great part of this has come through integration with the global value chains. In parallel, that is coupled with the trade integration, we have also seen a significant financial integration with the rest of the world. and most of it coming through the FDIs. And FDIs have played an important role, not just being an additional source of external finance, having in mind lower savings rate that we have in the region, but it has meant also access to knowledge and technology. And eventually both financial integration and trade integration has boosted the income convergence in the Western Balkan region that in the last 2 decades has almost doubled. Still, if we look where are we today, this is not enough. And if we continue with the income convergence with the pace that we did so far, or the same growth rates, it means that we can reach the European average level of income in 40 years. Imagine, 40 years. This clearly points the need for strengthening the structural reforms. On the other hand, having in mind these geopolitical tensions, practically it means that we need to strive for more, not less, integration in terms of finance, in terms of trade, as there are different, practically a number of empirical studies that clearly point that the cost of the reversal in globalization can be very high and work through different channels. For example, some estimates point that the cost can be in the range of slightly below 1% of global GDP, economic loss, but it can reach up to 7% only from trade fragmentation. If we add to trade fragmentation also technological fragmentation, because trade is always coupled with dissemination of technology, the cost can reach even 12% of the global GDP. What is even more important, and what this analysis practically point, is that the cost can be particularly high for smaller emerging economies, which tend to be more dependent on external finance, on external trade, and on the other hand, they have bigger technological and knowledge gaps. So we as a central bank have done some simulations, what can be the cost of the deglobalization of the world economy, which clearly point that the costs are not negligible. They range in the range of 3 percentage points of GDP to about 8 percentage points of GDP, of course, depending on the assumptions. However, what I would like to emphasize is that what will be the final effect will depend on what kind of policies we are going to undertake to face these challenges and also use the opportunities that maybe this process offers, especially the opportunities for using the nearshoring trend. It's clear that the pandemics and the other recent crises has clearly put at the surface a lot of vulnerabilities of the global value chains in terms of security and so on. So currently we are seeing a lot of international companies reinvesting, looking or trying to redesign the global value chains to reduce the dependence, to increase the efficiency. So practically, I can just mention, for example, one survey, and I'm finishing, I see my time is up, one interesting survey of the German companies that are operating abroad, which points that half of the German companies have faced problems with the global value chains, and 2/3 of them are exploring the possibility of making changes in the global value chains. And if we can attract at least some small scale of these nearshoring opportunities, it can have significant effects given that we are small economies. IMF, in fact, estimates that the benefits for the countries in the Western Balkan region can be in the range of 3 to 10% higher growth. So, in a nutshell, there has been progress in the income convergence, but still the gap remains high, reflecting gaps in the 3 fundamental factors of growth, gaps in productivity, physical capital, and labor. So we have to address these traditional gaps, but also face and address new challenges such as geopolitics, and make sure that we have higher and not lower trade, financial, and technological integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. That was a very clear message about the connection, the geopolitics impact that has on economic growth. Probably now, still we are on this finance sector. Only Nicholas from IFC Regional Director, will bring us to the floor some perspective from IFC on these aspects of finance, geopolitics, of course, and policy making for us is important, but as you do mainly on investment, technological developments might be interesting to hear your views, please.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, Excellencies. Good to be here, and congratulations on this forum. It's quite amazing the solid panels you put together here, and the strong audience as well. I mean, here, so most of you will know, so IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. And so my comments will be more from an investor standpoint. And I'll start with diplomacy, right? And really the goal of diplomacy is to clarify what are the common goals and the common values across countries. And we see that in terms of impact on business, geopolitical events have a huge impact on market sentiment and flows of capital. With the Russia invasion of Ukraine, that's led to capital outflows, increased interest rates, and that impacted both debt and equity financing for development in the Western Balkans. We also, I mean, there was ripple effect in many aspects, but the nearshoring trend, which is, I mean, could be seen as a good trend for the region, is also increasing the need for strong infrastructure. With all this movement, and that also comes from the geopolitical instability. IMF estimates 2.9 trillion euro of investments are needed to close half the infra gap between emerging and high-income Europe. So the funds needed really to close the gaps are enormous. So really, there is a strong role to play for diplomacy to attract investment and financing to these markets. Now, let me move to the policies and regulations. To move towards the development goals that we have and unlock financing, those are critical. From a World Bank Group perspective and country perspective, I mean, productivity in North Macedonia, but also across the Western Balkans is a key priority. And here we have a lot of reforms that could help accelerate growth and private sector investments. So we spoke earlier about investment climate. I mean, one area that we would like to see progress as investors is the SOE, state-owned enterprise governance, and unbundling in some cases, right? And bringing some private sector operations and investments to support the SOEs would bring some competition, best practices, and would benefit the economies. And that comes with reform work. So that's about productivity, just one example. Another one is on the inclusion front. And inclusion is quite broad. I mean, that can be gender, aging population, urban, rural divides that we're tackling in the region. So here, connectivity and trade is critical to tackle this one. And there as well, I mean, on trade, we heard my colleague from the World Bank earlier, a number of efforts are in progress to move along. And then the last one, but not the least, is on the sustainability front, which is one of our critical goals. There again, I mean, you have the EU climate finance taxonomy that we look to adopt across the region, and there that's also a reform that will unlock a lot of green investments for the region. So as investor, I mean, they look at a solid and predictable policy framework, and that the best way to attract them to the region. Yeah, so that's maybe I can speak now about the financing itself and how IFC is contributing, planning to contribute on this front. So with a strong partnership with the EU, we're supporting de-risking and developing transactions for investors to come in. So we're trying to open new markets and using blended finance grants in some cases where it's needed, but also making sure that we preserve competition, which is critical. An area to bring the private sector to countries is also PPP, public-private partnerships, that we've done successfully across the region, and we believe that more could be done there thanks to regulatory changes. That's particularly the case in the energy sector. And maybe I want to mention an example in terms of the work that we do. I mean, it's not only investment, it's really upstream work. So if recently we financed a renewable energy project in Albania, I mean, that came after a lot of work from our colleagues at the World Bank on the legal framework. IFC worked on the energy balancing market mechanism and capacity building with the governments. EBRD worked on the competitive auctions, and IFC financed one of the bidders, and that was this year in Albania for one of the renewable projects. So that's really how we work. I mean, it's long-term, engaging on the regulatory side, but also providing financing to the private sector. So I'll conclude just saying that we're fully committed to mobilize resources for the economy here in North Macedonia and support the efforts on the reform agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we give some perspective from geopolitical point of view from two member states. I have the honor here to have on the panel ambassadors from Italy and Germany. Now, since we move left, right, now go to the next left side, His Excellency Andrea Silvestri, Ambassador of Republic of Italy in North Macedonia. So your views and perspective on this topic about geopolitics and our EU perspective. So thank you, please.
Thank you very much, Minister Besimi. Thank you for inviting me to the conference and to this very stimulating debate. I'll try to go right to the point. What is the role of the EU in an international context which has become, according to High Representative Borrell, massively multipolar, less multilateral, and increasingly transactional? I'd like to begin with an historical remark, just to underline that since the very beginning, the European construction has always been based on a strong link between geopolitics, policymaking, and economics. It was not just the fruit of challenges and recurrent crises. Just into the first stage of our integration, the foundation of the European community of carbon and steel, basically we began by sharing coal and steel, which were, this meant energy and the basic component of weapons, cannons and guns. So the purpose was not only to heal the wounds of the Second World War, but to avoid the possibility for them to occur again by betting on mutual integration of our economies of our neighboring states, which have been enemies for long also. And this process over the years went on, embracing nearly all fields till the current European Union with its internal market, euro, common foreign and security policy, and so on. But in every phase, this process remained guided by politics and diplomacy, because we had to translate this into new procedure, new treaties, the revision treaties. I had the privilege to participate in one of them, the one preparing the Lisbon Treaty. And this put the basis for a common economic and democratic development, where the competition, if you want to call it in this way, between member states is within common institution, and it's not a zero-sum game, but there is an overall gain for everybody. So diplomacy, of course, played a strong role, not just internally, but also externally. This means in enlargement. We are 6 countries, now we are 27, and there is the concrete prospects of further growth. Dear friends, we may be at the eve of another deliberate great leap, also because an unexpected effect of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and this is the fact that enlargement agenda has gained a new momentum. President Michel recently put forward a target day, 2030, and this was coupled by clear speech by President von der Leyen on the State of the Union, and also the announcement of a plan, an ambitious plan for Western Balkans. Italy strongly supports all these commitments. As for us, the accession of the Western Balkans has always been a strategic priority, which has been reaffirmed by our new government and by our Foreign Minister, Tajani. Of course, to ensure a smooth integration of the new member states, we need from your side all the necessary reforms according to the negotiating framework, but on our side we also have to accompany the process by resolving political, economic and legal issues and facilitating policy coordination among member states and candidate states, as we did in case of pandemic and energy crisis. In this framework, we are also favorable to the possibility of gradually integrating the candidate countries into the EU structure, also before their fully fledged membership, which remains the fundamental goal of the process. But as Italy, we are also favorable to internal reforms of the current decision-making of the Union, also considering the possibility to overcome unanimity for foreign policy and also other fields. But what is important to stress is that, all in all, the perspective of a new enlargement looks inevitable. These necessities has been highlighted by the existential threat raised by Russian invasion. It was a threat to our real life and to the fundamental foundations of the international order of the last 30 years. As it was said, it also affected the idea that economic globalization would guarantee peace, or at least the absence of conflict. It put stress on global value chains, which had experienced several shocks in recent years, and hence nearshoring, this trend to bring back some activities in country of origin or in nearby areas. This concept was refined also by former presidents of the Federal Reserve, Yellen, was talking about friendshoring. I mean, so when we are talking about investments, we have to focus also on countries regarded as political and economic allies, rather than just on lower costs of production. And I think that this trend can be very beneficial to North Macedonia because of its geographical position, but also because of its firm anchoring to NATO and EU. This is can be really an opportunity. So all in all, these trends can lead to the definition of more cohesive political economic blocs, such as an enlarged European Union, and we want you to be part of this family. Of course, in this process, diplomacy will be crucial in shaping this new phase we are entering, but this is the clear perspective and the clear target on our side. So, to finish, I would like to revert just to your title, your Europe Yes, Europe Now, with a question mark, and to us the answer is definitely Europe yes, and as for the timing, now it's the right time to accelerate the Euro integration process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Sylvester. Now we move to on the right-hand side is Her Excellency Petra Drexler, Ambassador of Federal Republic of Germany in North Macedonia. Actually, now we have another member state of EU, strong economy, which we have very close, not only as a country, but as economy, but as a region, very close trade relationship, but also investments. So what happens in Germany reflects here. So not only economy, but also geopolitics and policy making will be your views, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Minister Bassimi, and first of all, thank you also for inviting me to this year's forum, and congratulations for making this a tradition. I feel quite honored because it's not natural to be invited to a panel that discusses about geopolitics and finances as a diplomat. So I think it's a courageous decision to ask us to talk about finances, and maybe even more courageous to ask us to speak not diplomatically, and maybe a bit stupid from my side to accept, because it's something where you can only lag behind expectations. You mentioned right now the close relations between Germany and North Macedonia, also in economic terms, and we heard this morning from you and from others some quite impressive figures about the economic relations between North Macedonia and the European Union already as it stands now, before the negotiations being officially opened. And I think it's known to most of the people in the room that probably the biggest share of this intense relations stems from our economic relations. I'm getting a bit tired of repeating the figures, but well, I will still do. There's about 4.8 billion trade relations, and there's more than 20,000 jobs created through German investments here, so it is quite significant. And I think such intense economic relations need a solid political framework. That's one of the first and foremost conditions to have such strong investment. When North Macedonia joined NATO in 2020 as 30th member, I think it was politicians who saw the political success and achievement in that. When I talk to people here, I sometimes have the feeling that it is not really felt within the society as a whole, that also brings immediate benefits. But only 2 years after this accession, the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. And I think it was then when also business people talked about the value of being a member state in NATO. And from the perspective of German producers, I think North Macedonia became more attractive then. It was an option for relocation of production facilities, and also what we heard on the panel today, how geopolitics influence such economic decisions. I think it is fair to say that there is an influence of geopolitics on economic decision making. I can only give some anecdotal evidence because there were at least 2 German companies that then relocated their production to North Macedonia when the war in Ukraine started. And I think that was also due to the fact that North Macedonia is part of that security framework that NATO membership provides. which makes it different from other countries and offers new opportunities for the country now. Now, at this moment, North Macedonia again is at a decisive moment on its way towards membership of the European Union. And we have also heard during the discussion today that the appetite for enlargement has strengthened after the Russian war against Ukraine. And there's more solid support from within the European Union now for that enlargement. And this again makes North Macedonia more attractive also as an economic partner, because economic decisions have to do with predictability also of the business environment. And that we also see in our work here. Just recently we saw a contract of a German battery producer being concluded. That is an investment of around 65 million euros. So there is an effect that comes from expectations. So for me, it is evident that the overall international framework and the question where a country is within that framework has an influence, can provide for that solid political framework that then enables also economic growth. But it's not, it cannot be the only guarantee, so to say. In the end, the political framework and conditions are created in the country itself. And I think this is why good, solid political frameworks, meaning investments in good governance, in the rule of law, in functioning institutions, because this is how you create trust in your system. And I think it is therefore also for economic reasons that these issues are at the core of the negotiations for EU membership. It's not only because this is our shared European values, but it's also because of the economic impact. And I think that shows why the focus on reforms in these areas should not start only after the negotiations started, but should happen already now.
Thank you very much. Now, you see, the message is clear, the reforms that we do, and the commitment for EU means a long path with commitments, strong commitments on these reforms, and joining the bigger family, larger family, with all impacts on geopolitics. Now we heard at the beginning EU perspective, had different aspects and stakeholders talking about this, international community, local policymakers, opposition, majority in the government officials. So it was interesting, the first panel. The second, we had IFIs and policymakers, excellent. Third one, we had central bank, IFC, and also distinguished and honorable ambassadors. Now we move to a fourth panel, which is very important to us, and it would address the global trends and business opportunities. We have a very unique design of that panel. We have academic Begetti chairing this, and we have representatives of chambers of commerce from private sector bringing their perspectives on this. And I would like for, since this is the biggest challenge, the last panel of the day of this conference, so keep the focus on this. And before we invite the next panel, I would like also to ask for you, the audience, for an applause for the distinguished guests of the third panel. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will begin with the next panel discussion.
I think we can start. Dear Minister Basimi, dear Governor Bejuska, Excellencies, Ambassadors, representatives of international community, dear participants, although we'll go in flexible use of languages, everybody can choose in which language can speak. I will try to do as I was asked. The working language of the conference is English, and I will try, although that my English is not so well, but I will try to follow. And let me, the very beginning, once again, I want to thank Minister Basimi, Professor Basimi, and his team, inviting us in this conference and especially organizing this third conference of FES, which become now traditional one, and it's very, I may say, smart is done because it's including all stakeholders, starting from policymakers, then with international communities, international missions in Macedonia, as well academia and real sector, much more important one that we have here. I have this honor to chair the, I may say, most important panel with the real sector that we have here. From them we can hear directly some their thoughts about our challenges, because as we see, global trends and business opportunities are going to be regularly more. In this consideration, I may say that we are fourth year, starting since 3.5 years, that always we are from crisis to crisis. So I don't know, and I'm personally not expecting that in near future we can have more, let's say, quite stable ecosystem. In that consideration, especially climate changes, especially these global challenges like pandemic, all these challenges has no passport. They are facing you, and we have to be prepared, operating in that circumstances.
All governments during this period of time, crisis time, 3 and more years, did their effort to make different packages supporting the targeted companies and targeted households, dominantly with the expansion of fiscal policies. And they create some, let's say, situations that become later a boomerang, as we call helicopter money. You know, some of governments already intervene much more than they can cover with their economies, and so they did impact in accelerating the inflation that we face nowadays. In the case of Macedonia, all these 3 years, it was making some policy making and drafting policy, facing with these challenges, starting from pandemic time, in very inclusive process, thanks to institutions that did that, including all representatives of real sectors, all chambers of commerce, including academics, including other institutions and stakeholders, although that all measures that has been taken were not so effectively delivered in due time. Not all of these measures has this impact as were planned that will have, but still we didn't measure well what should be or what will be if those measures were not taken. So science is challenged to make this assessment later and to see the real impact. There are some beginning studies that we are trying to do, but we face a lack of data, and I am now asking here institution to answer in this our challenges. Usually during the crisis, during these challenges, we say that there are some, opportunities, and it was happening in our case, especially ICT sector, pharmaceutics, some renewable energy production, as a consequence of very, very high prices previous year, and food processing as well. But there was a phenomenon called friendshore and nearshore that we think that has not been utilized well. There are room for improvement, this, let's say, opportunities that are present in our geopolitics. Nowadays, and currently we face another challenge from external factor, and I'm going to close now here and asking the panelists to take their thoughts about these things. We mention all the day today these aspects, starting from historically, very low growth rate that we faced during these 3 decades. It was average less than 2%, very low productivity. It was mentioned lack of human capital in country, that I want to underline here, coming from the background of science and education, especially that really human capital and education system is challenged, and maybe companies will ask even more responsibility about these things. Let me now start, and to not continue further, start with the panelists, and I would like, instead of not being here president of Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, Mr. Azeski, is representing here by Aneta Dimoska. Aneta, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the invitation To the minister, from the Minister Besimi, I would like to apologize since the president of the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, Mr. Aziski, had to postpone his participants at this panel at the very last moment, and I hope that I'll be able to replace him at an appropriate level and manage to open up various topics during this panel discussion, which should refer to global trends and business opportunities. If we were to talk about global trends, if you ask me, the key challenges or trends in the upcoming period that will be challenges for the countries and businesses, and also some sort of opportunities are related to the growth of population and on a worldwide level and migration. On the second place, the development of AI, the digitalization and automation, and on the third place, climate change and their influence over the environment. The assessment is as follows. The population in the world will increase. Until 2030, we expect world population to reach 8.5 billion people, out of which a great percentage of which the people over 65 will increase. 2/3 of the population will live in cities, which will mean a change of the structure of the market and the needs and habits. So we need to adjust completely to this situation. The next wave of innovations comes in the form of AI. Machines have already beating humans in particular aspects. We are witnesses of this, and this will mean specific changes. We assume that due to automation, around 550 million to 890 million job positions will be opened in the upcoming 10 years. We expect for the same to increase migrations on a worldwide level, because the development of AI, digitalization and automation will mean different type of skills to be requested from the employees. And then lastly, climate change, which we always talk about them. If you ask me, will define the future flow of worldwide and regional economies, especially they can have a negative impact on particular branches, economic branches, but especially agriculture. And now, where are we in this world that keeps shifting constantly, and in the context of these global trends that practically will define worldwide and regional economies? Today, we need to struggle, conditionally speaking, with the competition in the world. In this new imposed reality, we need to adjust to these requirements of the future in 3 previous decades with improvised reforms. We find ourselves in a state of an economy with deep fractures, instability, institutional improvisation, expansion of the administration, infrastructural and energy black hole, you can even say that, migration of the population, moral material corruption, ecological erosion, environmental erosion. So in a state like this, at a planetary level, when we are the ones that need to change, we find ourselves in a situation that, conditionally speaking, the present is wasted and part of the future is also threatened. This is a result of the lack of functioning of the judiciary, partization of institutions. Now we find ourselves in a period where we need to learn from the future, the requests, the demands for the future, if we want to meet it halfway and to turn global trends into opportunities for us as a country and for our businesses. And the key thing in this process is initially to have a societal consensus on the necessity of an agreement on economic reforms, policies and measures in order to create a stable and good ambience to give a primary role to the private sector. As an economic chamber of North Macedonia, we keep repeating this. By the top management and representatives of companies or bodies in the chamber that we need to understand that we need to change first. And this change needs to happen in that context. In order to achieve something, the first priority has to be a total functionality of the country, the judiciary, and regulatory institutions as a professional administration that will deliver appropriate services for the businesses and citizens. The administration here, I see a lot of my former colleagues need to understand that they need to be a servant, not a master of the private sector for citizens and businesses. The second priority that we need to have in mind is that we need to adjust the educational process according to the needs of the labor market needs, to create staff for which there will be a demand on the market. And by hindering the brain drain of young and educated individuals, to take measures in order to get back the ones that have migrated, especially the ones that are educated and full of potential. The third priority, the infrastructure, including energy capacities and building energy capacities. That should be of vital significance for the country. The fourth priority, we need to for the support of the companies that express their wish to adjust their operations to new trends and global challenges. And the fifth priority, we need to understand that our economy, we need to adjust to climate change. In accordance with World Bank, the Macedonian agriculture in the upcoming period will be hit by climate change. And there is an additional exacerbation of its efficiency in the future. There's data for this. We're talking about the same thing, however, I don't see anybody taking it seriously. And in a very short time will have severe consequences. The carbon emissions impose certain requirements for companies. Our companies are ready to fulfill the goals, ready with the Green Agreement and the requests, the demands for Western Balkans from this agreement. There are very positive examples for turning linear to circular economy, but in order to handle the challenge, to tackle the challenges of the green transformation, companies need additional financial support and stimulation in that process. To realize all these priorities, a strong political will is and support is necessary, and to integrate the country on a regional a level, especially with the membership in the EU, that I think would significantly contribute, especially to leverage the business opportunities of companies along the way of the accession to the EU. So that's a lot of topics that I covered, but I hope that the others can speak on the same in the more appropriate way. Thanks, Aneta.
Of course, it's very relevant what the real sector is thinking when they recommend on the needs through the representative chamber, which is the biggest one. But what I liked the most here was the proposals for a wide consensus, needed wide consensus. A wider consensus, such a strategic division, a bigger strategic division from Europe today, there isn't any, and we would like for the chamber to find a way and to make a call, but not only declarative or demagogical, but truly through its members, as it was explained here of the case of the best company Alkaloid. And to point out what are the benefits and the differences in being part of the EU and not being part of the EU. It's different, the relation you get from the EU is different, and I will check in the end. Usually I'm very lucid in these things, and that is how my position in science compels me to behave, but this wide consensus of all stakeholders of society is very important. And this is not just institutions in the moment. For 30 years, we have been dealing with similar issues. Now, I would give the floor to the other representative of the Northwest Chamber, Mr. Kura, or actually Economic Chamber of the Northwest Macedonia. Hello everybody, I will speak in Albanian, which will add an additional value to what we have. I would like to thank Mr. Besimi, who gave us the opportunity to express our positions as the Economic Chamber of Northwest Macedonia. Macedonia is making its steps towards the EU, and we as Economic Chamber and I as its president have set the same goal as our country for ourselves that is something that is the only alternative for us. Of course, to get there, we have to go along a very rocky road that has on it all of the elements, and it has to include all stakeholders of all economic chambers, the oppositions, all stakeholders with which we have excellent cooperation, because we face the same problems, the same issues, and our economic chamber holds the position that we should fight informality, which unfortunately is around 33% in Macedonia in comparison to the EU average, which is 19%. This discrepancy needs to be overcome, and we need this to achieve competitiveness and to be able to be competitive in the EU and to be more competitive on this market. Of course, the Economic Chamber of Northwest Macedonia has set the goal to fight corruption and also for laws to be abided by, so that companies can be stronger. We are still facing problems, but I think that with a joint coalition we will manage to solve the problems we keep facing, and some of these are human resources, and this is from several aspects, because we cannot be competitive on the human capital market in Germany, Switzerland, but we can do something. We can organize something together. We can start from the education system, which unfortunately does not show the expected results for providing professionals that would need to be involved in the labor market, and for them to be able to offer their professionality in the labor market. This is the area we have to keep working on, and among the priorities of our chamber is to draft a joint plan, which will be for at least 10 years, and that in the future 10 years would redirect the young and show them which area they should focus on so that they are more marketable on the labor market. And of course, we have other needs, other possibilities, like preparation for digitalization of companies. And this is, and what is current right now, the AI. So that we can make a step forward in the economic area, because together we will manage to be more competitive in the EU. Another thing that is very important is that we have to talk about inflation. That is a topic that we keep talking about in Macedonia, and its rate is much larger than the European Union. But I think that we will have problems with inflation in the future, and it will be very hard to decrease it. Fortunately, the average salary is increasing, but we have a different problem because the majority of companies in Macedonia developed through crediting, and this crediting this year is a bit more difficult because the rate is from 3.2 to 6.5, which is around 7% of increase, which I think influences inflation quite a lot. So in this aspect, I think that when the interest rate increases, the producing companies, manufacturers actually increase the prices of their products, and then this causes increase in inflation as well. We, as an economic chamber, have many other topics that I believe are of the interest of all other participants and stakeholders, the business sector, and I think that we will be able to find a way in how to be more competitive and to solve these problems that are very big in our country. Thank you. And once more, I would like to thank the Minister for the opportunity that he gave us. Thank you, Minister Kura.
After the first chamber, listening to the second chamber, we see something that should have happened a long time ago from them. But the first challenge that Mr. Kura outlined was the challenge regarding the high degree of grey economy, especially bearing in mind the fact that colleagues, our citizens, Macedonians, are prescribing this for the northwest part of the country. We do not pay enough taxes, and it's a shame to say that. Is that the case? We should check. But it's good that you started talking about that, and I hope that there will be a different situation where we turn back on something that has been a statement by people like that. And I hope that you will forward this remark to be discussed.
My left side and. Mr. Angelowski, Trajan, floor is yours, please.
Thank you. I was listening very attentively to a great deal of the panels, and I noticed that with regards to this topic, how big our desire for the EU is, and especially with the foreign diplomats and the German ambassador, what they mentioned, and how carefully she picked her words. The opportunities, the possibility, the probability, there will be a momentum, etc., etc. So I guess there is a chance. However, we expect that the biggest chance we are making on our own, and we are providing it ourselves. How close are we to the European Union? As people working in the real sector, we see this on an everyday basis in various ways. Around 40 years ago, probably, when the academician was younger, he could buy a train ticket from Skopje to München. However, today that is impossible. I believe that he could buy a train ticket for a ride to Milan as well. However, there was a train ticket to Thessaloniki as well up until a couple of years now. That option is almost not there. Regarding the infrastructure and the fundamental basic thing that we should have, if our tendency is towards, if we have the national consensus, even apart from the political issues, and NATO and European Union in this country has already become something established. And the political will and political statements and the field condition, especially with regards to the economic plan, there's a huge discrepancy, in my opinion. Why is that the case? Probably there is no national strategy, not a sufficient national strategy, regardless of which party is in power. We should learn to monitor, to follow the interests of the country and work in that regard. We should conduct reforms. Unfortunately, we are not conducting them sufficiently. We are convinced that such a country with such public enterprises that are in a clinical coma, whether we will become part of the EU is quite suspicious. Regarding the public administration, I assume that will be the first big challenge if the chapters were to open up. Digitalization. With the colleagues from the economic chambers, we have talked about it for various years as a concept, and we're making pressure with regards to that field with the representatives. However, this is a very slow process. And these days we hear the question of the price of the food products. Macedonia has signed an agreement for stabilization and association with the EU, and there's a system there that outlines the following. In a couple of years, the customs were not in place for the Macedonian products, and now we can work in the EU without customs. There are some limitations for particular products. However, our customs tariff, to put it bluntly, is disharmonious as opposed to the European Union. If we really have the desire to make a European ambience, it's logical to even out the customs rate with the EU. There we have signed an agreement for a session where every year per percent they should be corrected. And I think that the last correction only happened a couple of years ago. And we had strong remarks because the big foreign investors do that usually, and the government kind of enters in a particular tailor-made decisions for that company. And that's when they get abolished. If we are honest and if we want to get closer to the European norms, we need to create European conditions. And one of the more important questions that my colleague mentioned regarding climate change. A year ago, we had a very difficult energy crisis with the price increases. A lot of industries and companies were hit, and in the midst of that accident, there was a positive momentum. We as businessmen learned how to read the energy bills. Up until then, we didn't do that because maybe it wasn't relevant for us. And a lot of companies started investing. Now, currently, even the Prime Minister mentioned there is a huge investment in green technologies. However, I think that here we are somehow mistakenly doing good things. Like, for example, we are imposing such rigorous procedures for installation of renewable sources of energy on the roofs of facilities, be it residential or business facilities, and we start investing in lands that at particular periods can be an agricultural land which is essential to the production of food. And at some point, some representative of the government said that the network would not be able to withstand such investments, which is very interesting within the framework of their job responsibilities. It's not to upgrade this network. So absolutely, we need to focus on the European conditions, the way they're placed in all European countries, and in that way show that there is strong will about wanting to be part of the EU, and I would like to congratulate the organizer of the forum for a second year in line. Congratulations to the organization, and thank you for the invite.
Thank you, Trajan.
Side, please. Mrs. Peševa, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Najprvo da se zablagodarim na...
First of all, let me thank the minister and congratulate the deputy minister and all the organizers from the Ministry of Finance for having organized this third year in a row, because it's turning in quite a good practice. And I really like the informal title of this event, that it's called Europe Yes, Europe Now. And I think that all of us know the answer here, that we are all in favor of Europe, yes. And how will we reach this position where we have to walk a long road and we already have a lot behind us, and what we already went on was not that seriously taken by some countries in the EU, but I hope that these things will be better. New generations of politicians will come to the EU so that at a certain moment it will be taken seriously. On the other hand, in the story of our travels towards the European Union, we always talk about this digitalization for a long time. And I think that we will skip this period because, as Aneta says, my namesake, we will continue on to artificial intelligence and machine learning and deep learning, which I, as an engineer, can tell you that this is way far from the digitalization we've managed to implement so far, because these are completely new sciences that are not based on programming languages. Maybe there will be many engineers that will be out of jobs because this is a completely different science. I hope that this will not come so soon. Maybe it will take us like 3 years or more, but I got very excited, and it was very strange to me that the father of this artificial intelligence, especially ChatGPT, that they use all over the place, Google announced, he came out online that he wanted to tell the world the truth on what is going to happen. And I think that we need to pay a lot of attention here, especially big countries like the US and China, where these companies have the most work, where special laws are adopted, because it will very soon happen that the machines start to rule the world. In our country, we will not be able to enter the EU if we do not digitalize our processes. This is clear as the day. And I will tell you, because we don't have a lot of time and I'm looking at this countdown, truly makes me anxious, but I have to say that we as a country, and I think there's more than 1,500,000 citizens. Yeah, that's the number, but my 2 children are abroad, so that's why I'm not counting as much as it says. I am telling you that we need to have urgently a single digitalization strategy. I've been talking about this topic for a very long time, and I'm very happy that many ministers, the president, they all started talking about digitalization. And do you know what we actually did? We did 6 or 7 strategies. And last week, Ministry of Information Administration called me. The president called me. All of these different institutions call me for different strategies. And I keep telling them, let's adopt one strategy. Let's adopt it properly in the parliament. It doesn't matter who is in power for this to be the strategy that will be abided by. I'm sending officially a message here to think about this seriously. And for state authorities to check and see how many different strategies are being prepared, how many different ministries are working on these organizations. What me and Kira spoke about in their conference as well, I really support, and I will say publicly, the import of labor. Yes, I want to keep our children here, but until we manage to bring them back here, I really think that this is a very good law. I was in Slovenia and I don't know why we're being so claustrophobic, because if we really are missing labor, then we need to determine it, to facilitate it for people to be here, not to give them citizenship, but like it's in Slovenia, to enable them to stay for a longer time with proper documentation. And now it's simply impossible. There can be 5,000 people that live here, but it's very difficult for them to get documentation that they need. And I think I heard the Prime Minister saying this morning that I don't know whether the European Union wants within the EU to have borders. Yes, they do, but I have to tell you that we in the IT sector have no borders. We are already in Europe. Such growth our industry has had that it's incredible to look at it. When I checked the numbers, each time I was incredibly surprised. We have such a big growth of the industry that the salaries currently in the IT industry have reached up to 2,650 euros, which is incredible. And a growth on a quarterly level, they grow 70%. What does this mean? It means that we're one of the best industries and we're not requesting anything from anyone. But this does not mean that laws should not facilitate this. To be able to bring back all of these young people. Germany has taken our workers, but engineers come back from Germany. You should be aware of this. There's a tendency here that we've noticed, and I think that what is good and what is an upward trend should be used. Thank you.
Thanks, Aneta, especially for outlining the need for the liberalization of part of the market, the labor market, regarding experts in the ICT sector, because they overdid it with demands for higher salaries. I think that it's understandable for the government to pay heed to protect the internal resources in the country. However, not up to that point. It's not about citizenship, it's about residence and getting the license to work. And if the market in a regional and global context shows us that we need such salaries, then the economy will probably accept it, calculate it, and that's what the economy will be, actually. So now I would like to go back to my left, and I would like to invite Mr. Davidkov as the president of the board of directors of MCHAM. Please take the floor. Good afternoon to all. I hope you can hear me. I was thinking whether to use Macedonian or English, but since everybody is speaking in Macedonian, I will continue in that flow so that it's a little bit more interactive, although some of the remarks I took were in English. And as the professor said, I'm going to try to be lucid. However, most of you that know me me know that I'm an irreparable optimist, and I always have this good energy around me that we can do more and we can get to the EU, that we've been talking about it for generations. And to be honest, my life, or our lives were spent with this repetition. We talked about the migration of young people and going abroad and coming back. I am one of the rare ones who spent 4 years in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, but I decided to go back in this country. And now we can agree on the fact that we can do good things even here. I have to say that I'm proud of this decision that I made, and I'm really happy that I'm here with you today to do great things and to get to the EU finally. I'm going to share an anecdote. When I went there, one of my big bosses in the corporation that I worked at, "Where are you from?" he asked me. I said, "Macedonia." It was Macedonia at the time. And he said, "Okay, great." And I asked, "Do you know anything about Macedonia?" Yeah, he says, "I know a lot of things. I know that you were at Eurovision. You were participating." And there was a pause, tense pause for 3 or 4 seconds, because he wanted to be nice. He wanted to talk to me, but that remained deep in me as a motive. I don't want to be a country that they know only for participating in the Eurovision. That's why I go back to what Mr. Johannes Hahn said this morning. We shouldn't expect the EU to be a cash machine for us. What we need to think in that regard, and that's how I think, what we can offer the EU, what will Europe use from us, and not to expect grants to be flowing in the cash machine. Like Europe is going to come in and solve all our problems, right? I have to say that we're almost at the end. This is the last panelist, and it's very difficult to make points that weren't previously mentioned, so I'm trying to take out something, some messages that remained in my subconscious today. The Minister Bessimi mentioned that we go up to 3 times. The first time was an incident, the second time is a coincidence, and the third time is a legacy, or whatever we call it in Macedonian. Regardless, MCHEM last year made a mistake. This year they made a coincidence, and I hopefully think that we'll be partners and supporters of this forum. And I'm going to use this opportunity to congratulate the Minister and Deputy Minister and all these participants of this forum, where we draw a great parallel between the creators of public opinion and we as the public sector. I would also like us to make a reality check, as we would call it in English, and in the spirit of my optimism, I think that we're not that bad. So if yesterday I was analyzing the data on the Macedonian market, the public data, the stock exchange, and I couldn't find any issues with the companies that were on the list. Just an initial screening of the data was carried out by me without delving into details. We're doing pretty well, and I think that as a society and a business, be proud that even in COVID crisis and this energy crisis and with the war in Ukraine and Russia, we're finding a good way. We're resourceful. Sometimes we forget that we need to tap ourselves on the back and to say, hey, we survived. Also, another thing that reminds that was important was last year's speech. Well, the exit for countries, small countries like us, is good infrastructure and nearshore. If I'm not mistaken, every other speaker used nearshore, the terms, and friendshore. I also like that one. We are friends, because so we are having situations like that in an increasing fashion. I'm going to share 2 perspectives. The first one is MCHEM, the institution that I'm currently representing. We have like 10, 15 very high quality nearshore companies that are important members of our chamber. And the corporation that I come from, I can say in 2 years grew from 50 to 170 employees. It's going to reach 250. That's a future that we need to take very seriously for what matters. Maybe we're the new Slovakia, hey? And we should focus on the fact that Slovakia is being sold out, so we should find another way of working. Looking forward, we should always look ahead. That's the intention that we get when others open open up chapter and close them. We kind of seem to be going back all the time without closing them. So if we want to go ahead forward and to start opening chapters, we need to close centuries. So this is a direction in which we should move on. Just to go back to MCHEM, I think that in MCHEM I can share the fact that we did a lot, and we're thinking strategically in terms of how we can support the business community and the government. So in general, we're working in ERG in two directions. That is the green economy, the youth taxonomy, and all of these renewable moments. But I need to mention it's not only climate change. We come to the second moment, social governance, which I think that as a community we have quite a lot to do as a business community, and MCHEM will be a supporter and organizer of a platform such as this. On the other hand, we devoted a lot of time to regional cooperation, because I think that as MCHEM we believe that's something important for us as a country. I'm proud to announce that in Skopje in the spring, all our neighboring MCHEM coordinations were in Skopje, and I have to outline Greece and Bulgaria and Serbia and Albania and Kosovo. We were in Skopje to discuss in terms of how we can employ it together and how we can help support this economy. I personally think that this was also mentioned. We are blessed. Some of the speakers also mentioned this, because we're on the crossroads between Corridor 8 and 10. And I always keep saying that Skopje is the Brussels of the Balkans. We need to repeat this much more frequently, and we need to capitalize this regional cooperation. We need to know that there is benefit, that we are blessed, as the speakers say, to be part of this, to be at this crossroads. And I'm gonna finish it because we're under the time is chasing us. It's very easy to build bridges. We're building very nice bridges. However, sometimes it's very difficult to cross them. I'm moving on to the let's move these bridges, regardless of how nice they're built. The thing is to actually cross the bridge instead of building it. That's where I end. I hope that next time I'm gonna go to Europe, they're gonna know me for alkaloid. They're gonna know me for the products of alkaloid or anything else that or Philip Morris has another anecdote interesting to share. So I think that we will be able to support the successful story of our members. Thank you, Dragan.
You know, especially when optimism comes from expert from PricewaterhouseCoopers, particularly in the part of projections on how stable our stock market is, with these companies really to be commended. And let us now give the floor to Mr. Kostic as our last panelist, but I would say the most important, because he comes, as the case was with Alkaloid, from one of the most renowned companies. Can we take the floor? I haven't...
Mr. Besemi, for the invitation, and congratulations on excellent organization, and also congratulations to your team. This panel and also the forum, many times we heard that it's not only about EU, it's also a lot about us and what we do. Even on this panel we heard so, and to what Professor Begetti said, we are going from crisis to crisis. So it's not that somebody will actually help us, it's what we do ourselves and how we adjust and what is our agility in it. So I cannot agree more with that, and I'm coming and presenting here a company which is, as mentioned on previous panel, a PPP company, public-private partnership, which is a good example of what has been achieved with this partnership that we have. So let me maybe share a bit of view on that. The partnership was formed 9 years ago between Philip Morris International and government-owned company Tutunski Kombinat Prilep. It has been, of course, ups and downs over the years, but what we can proudly say that it is a joint win-win situation, and we are steadily progressing and evolving down the road. So for TKP, which was a company which is this year celebrating 150 years, so you can imagine the knowledge and expertise that they have, and Philip Morris being the global leading company and bringing all the innovation and production techniques. Merging them together is bringing a lot of good things. And now we're talking about TKP, which is a completely stable company, which is profitable for many years and having an exceptional production facility. What we can also, and we also heard about photovoltaics, it's good to say that even as we speak, they're putting photovoltaics on the roof. So we have moved from almost a dying company 9 years ago to a very promising and sustainable company. When we talk about the next milestone that we achieved in this partnership is the export. This year, we're very proud that we started with export. To get and start an export from such an industry, it takes time. So all of these decisions were taken in this period and in various crises that we had over the last couple of years. So how did Philip Morris get and agree to these decisions? It's, first of all, you need certain predictability and regulatory stability. And this is something, especially in an industry as ours, which is heavily regulated, is there. So we have regulations which is very well aligned with the EU, and once you see this, then of course a certain push is required internal to get this investment and to move the needle. And now we're talking about export from Prilep to many countries. Currently it's 6 countries, and what is very important, we're talking about not just Western Balkan countries, but Eastern European countries as well, and EU countries. By the end of the year, we will be exporting to Greece. So what Dragan mentioned, building bridges, now we're actually crossing them. And knowing that the regulation of the industry is very high, not to mention in EU, we had to invest additionally into a track and trace system, which is completely in line with EU regulations. So this is just showing that we can do it, it's not impossible, and we also should do it. So to continue on these, let's say, innovations that Philip Morris is bringing, and that many of them have been already covered and mentioned, such as digitalization, but being a global leading company in tobacco, there are 2 examples which I will share now. One is digitalization, and when I mentioned this, it is also in all of this time that we are saying going and digitalizing retail and the way how we communicate with the retail, and we're talking here about 4,000 points of sales. We have this year completely switched to e-ordering, so completely communicating with them digitally. This was, first of all, unimaginable that you can do it everywhere, but of course it's just showing that it's possible, that people want it, and that people, most importantly, accept it. The second point is the innovation the company is bringing, especially with the scientifically proven alternative tobacco products, something which has been also acknowledged and checked by Manu 2 years ago. And this is something which is further boosting the possibility of people switching to better alternatives. And this is maybe a couple of points on where the challenges are and what should be improved going forward is precisely companies should not be limited on the innovations and everything that either global companies or local companies are bringing, either through digitalization or innovative products. The regulations should follow. They should be aligned with let's say the speed of innovation that is coming, and also should be aligned primarily with the EU, as this is what we are talking about. And what my colleague from the panel, Brian, said, customs rate, this is something that we are bringing these innovative products, scientifically proven, and we are still not harmonized, we don't still have harmonized EU custom rates, actually custom rates with the EU way and percentages. So this is something that for sure has to be moved forward. Not to mention again, but infrastructure is something very clearly important, and but to be frank, I can say on both these topics there is progress, there is will, and it seems that we're going forward. And on infrastructure, I can say 2 years ago, going from Skopje to Prilep and going now, and what you can imagine will happen in 2 years is very promising. But if we want to get into this EU and a single market, we just have to do it as soon as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan. It's very nice to come to close the panel with such optimistic thinking and, of course, achievement that you recognize. After considering that it was said here that 70% of population of Macedonia want Europe now. Yes, Europe today. Here, from this panel, we see all the panelists coming from the real sector, even in highest, let's say, percentage or rate, all of them wish Macedonia to come as soon as possible of that. So the message to go to those who took the decision that as earlier we can do that will be better for all of us. Otherwise, Europe is expecting us to achieve, let's say, income convergence, not 70 years, because will not be people more here. Our population, older than 25 to 55, will leave the region. And there is nothing about that. It's only, as was mentioned, less than 15 million people. Doesn't mean that statistically we are more than 20 million. And that is a less than 2% of European population today. So people are going to Europe if they are not geographically accepting us of this. Let me once again thank all the panelists participating here, and because I was asked from Minister of Finance, Professor Bessimi, to close the conference as the last panel, I want to close the conference and wish the next year to be again organized in traditional way and participating also with private sector more in part of organizations. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, thank you for being a part of another productive and fruitful edition of CEF Initiative.